Boss ignored him. Once the shit hits the fan, Kasim will be gone into the back streets with the rest of his gun buddies. We need to get him before that can happen. Make an example of that fucking goat. Taco asked what a Judas goat was. I could have told him, but kept my mouth shut and let Foss do the honors. Then he turned to me and asked again if I could do it. I said, sir, yes, sir. I asked where I was supposed to shoot from, and he told me. We'd been there before carrying goods from resupply helicopter. I asked if I could swap the optics on my rifle for one of the new Leopold scopes, or if I would have to make do with what I had. Boss looked at Jameson, and Jameson said, we'll make that happen. Going back to our barracks, the patrol had left without us. Taco asked me how sure I was that I could make the shot. I said, if I can't make it, I'll just blame my spotter. He thumped me on the shoulder. Fucking dickweed. Why do you always play dumb? I don't know what you're talking about. There you go again. It's safer. What they don't know about you can't hurt you. Or come back to haunt you. He chewed that over for a while, then he said, yeah, you can make the shot. Okay, but that's not what I meant. This is an actual guy we're talking about. Are you sure you can do it? Shoot him stone cold in the brain box and take his life. I told Taka I was sure. I didn't tell him that I knew I could take a life because I'd done it before. Shot Bob Rains in the chest. It was sniper school that taught me to always take the headshot. Billy saves what he's ridden, gets up and staggers a little because his feet feel like they're in another dimension. How long has he been sitting? He looks at his watch and is astounded to see it's been almost 5 hours. He feels like a man emerging from a vivid dream. He puts his hands in the small of his back and stretches, sending pins and needles down it. He walks from the living room to the kitchen to the bedroom and finally back to the living room. He does it again, then a third time. The apartment seemed just the right size when he first saw it. Perfect place to hunker down in until being settled and he could drive his leased car north or maybe west. Now it seems too small. Like clothes that have been outgrown. I'd like to go out and walk, maybe even jog, but that would be a very bad idea. Even tricked out in his Dalton Smith gear. So he paces the apartment more. When that's not good enough, he does push up on the living room floor. Drop and give me 25 if you need some sergeant up yours. Stain. Don't mind my foot on your ass, you useless cum stain. Billy has to smile, so much has come back to him. If he wrote it all, his story would be 1,000 pages long. The push-ups make him feel calmer. He thinks about turning on the TV, see what's going on with the investigation, or checking his phone for newspaper updates. Newspapers may be failing, but Billy has found they still seem to keep the salient facts first. He decides against doing either. He's not ready to let the present back in. Thinks about getting something to eat, but he's not hungry. He should be, but he isn't. He settles for a cup of black coffee and drinks it standing up in the kitchen. Then he goes back to the laptop, picks up where he left off. Yeah, helicopter hat duck, little uncontrollable. Right, he's probably up. Oh, the little plant one grew a daisy. When it first dropped in, it just had the flower pot. Poor old Black Angus bulldog. Okay, before we read what Billy gets back in, I'm going to stand up, walk around a little bit, stretch my legs. Time to stretch my around a little, stretch my back. Do the same. We'll get a drink of water. Get back into it.
container ship traveling from Hong Kong to Tacoma, Washington, loses 12 containers overboard, one of them thousands of tiny yellow plastic ducks, currents of the North Pacific. The currents carry the ducks all over the world. So months later, they start washing up on the coast of Alaska, turning this toy spell into an accidental experiment. So from the Ducky study, you get real-time data about the currents in the North Pacific. The accidental duck experiment is still providing information today. They're almost indestructible. I mean, literally 20 years after they hit the ocean, they're still washing up on beaches around the world.
Pufferfish. Back in story. The next morning, Lieutenant Colonel Jameson himself drove me and Taco out to the intersection of Route 10 and the north-south road the Marines called Highway to Hell after the AC/DC song. We went in the LC's Eagle station wagon, which was special to him. Painted on the back deck was the decal showing the black horse with red eyes. I didn't like it because I could imagine Iraqi spotters noting it, maybe even photographing it. There was no sign of Foss. He'd gone back to wherever those guys go after they set their plots in motion. Parked out there on the hilltop in a dusty turnaround were two trucks from Iraqi Power and Light, or whatever was written in the hot hooks on their sides. They looked just like American utility trucks, only smaller and painted apple green instead of yellow. Paint was much thicker on the sides, but even so, it didn't completely obscure the smiling face of Saddam Hussein, like a ghost too stubborn to go away. There was also a genie articulated boom lift with a bucket platform. Two power poles stood at the intersection of the crossroads with big transformers on. To step down the power load to the residential neighborhoods of Fallujah and the surrounding suburbs. Guys in keffiyehs were scurrying around, plus a couple in those kufi hats. They were all wearing orange workman's vests. No hard hats, though. Guess Ocean never made it to the Al Anbar province from across the river. Those men probably looked like any ragtag government work crew. But once you got closer than 60 yards, you could see they were all our guys. Albie Stark from our squad came over to me, flapping his headdress and singing that song about how you don't step on Superman's cape. Then he saw the LC and saluted. Go someplace and look busy, Jameson told him. And please, in the name of Jesus, don't sting anymore. He turned to me and Taco, but it was Taco he addressed, because he had decided Tack was the smart one. Give it to me again, Lance Corporal Bell. I seen him comes outside most days around 10 to have a smoke and talk to his adoring fans. Probably some of the same guys that opened fire on the Contra. He'll be the one in the blue keffiyeh. Billy takes him out. End of story. Jameson turned to me. You make the kill, put you in for a commendation. Miss or hit one of the hanger arounders, which would be worse, and I will transfer the boot that goes up my ass to yours, only harder and deeper. You understand that, Marine? Think so, sir. What I was thinking was that Sergeant Uppington could have delivered that line with far greater force and conviction. Still, I had to give the LC a props for trying. Months later, he lost most of his face and all of his eyesight to a roadside bomb. Jameson motioned over Joe Kleczewski. He was another member of our squad, called the Hot Nine. Most of the utility workers were. They volunteered for the job. They had to because Taco told them to. Sergeant, do you understand what must happen as soon as Summers takes the shot? Big Clue smiled, showing the gap in his front teeth. Get them down ASAP, then exfil like a motherfucker, sir. Although I could tell Jameson was nervous, I think we all could. That made him smile. Most times, Clue could coax a smile out of the stoniest. That about covers it. If he doesn't show, sir, there's always tomorrow. Assuming the attack doesn't happen, that is. Carry on, Marines, and none of that oorah shit, if you please. Jerked his thumb at the Brady's and the bear trap of a city on the other side. Like the song says, voices carry. Albie Stark and Big Clue tried to cram into the bucket. It was supposed to be big enough for two, but not when one of them was Kazuski's size. He almost knocked Albie over the side. Everybody but Jameson laughed. It was good. It was as good as Abbott and Costello. Get out, you lummox, the LC told Clue. Jesus wept. He motioned to Donk, whose brown combat boots were sticking out from beneath his pants, which were too short. This was also comical, because he looked like a kid clumping around the house in his daddy's shoes. You pipsqueak, get over here. What's your name? Sir, I am PFC Peter Cashman, and I don't salute you, dimwit. Odd in and ops. Did your mother drop you on your head when you were a baby? No, sir, not that I remember. Sir, get in the bucket with that. With what's this fuck? And when you get up there, hit the ground. Oh, God. Where's the fucking shroud? Maybe technically the right word for what he was talking about, but wrong in every other way. I saw Clue cross himself. Albie, still in the bucket, looked down. I believe I'm standing on it, sir. Jameson wiped his forehead. All right. Okay, at least somebody's bring it. That had been me. Get in there, Cashman, and deploy it with utmost haste. Time is marching. Bucket platform rose in a whine of hydraulics. At its maximum height, maybe 30 feet or 40 feet, it shuddered to a stop beside one of the transformers. Albie and Dunk danced around, yanking at the shroud, finally managing to get it out from under their feet. Then, aided by some inventive cursing, including some learned from the Iraqi kids, came out to beg candy and cigarettes. They got it deployed. The result was a canvas cylinder around the bucket and the transformer. It was held at the top by hooks on one of the poles, cross arms, and snapped together down one side, like the button up fly of a pair of 501 jeans. The outside was emblazoned with a bunch of pot hooks, bright yellow. I had no idea what they said, didn't care, as long as it wasn't sniper team at work. Bucket came back down, leaving the cylinder behind. It did look like a shroud once the waist-high rail of the bucket was no longer holding out the sides. Donk's hands were bleeding, and Albie had a scratch on his. But at least neither of them had taken a header out of the bucket. A couple of times it looked close. Taco was craning his neck to look up. What's that thing supposed to be, sir? Vanguard, Jameson said, then added, I believe. Not exactly unobtrusive, Taco said. Yeah, he was looking across the river at the crammed together houses, shops, warehouses, and mosques on the other side. It was the southwestern part of the town, come to call Queens. 100, 100 or so Marines came out there in body bags. Hundreds more came out with fewer body parts than they had going in. When I want your opinion, I'll give it to you, Elsie said. An oldie but a goodie. Grab your gear and get up there toot sweet. Put on a couple of those orange vests before you get in the bucket, so anyone looking sees them when you go up. Rest of you men kind of swirl around and look busy. Last thing we want is for anyone to see that rifle. Summers, keep your back to the river until you're under. He stopped. He didn't want to say until you're under the shroud, and I didn't want to hear it until you're under cover. I said, Roger that. Up we went. Me with my M40 held at port arms and my back to the city. Taco with his feet planted around his spotter stuff. Snipers and glamour boys, the other ones they make movies about. Snipers are glamour boys, the ones they make movies about. And the other ones Stephen Hunter writes his novels about. But it's the spotter who really does, it's the spotters who really do. I don't know how real shrouds smell, but the canvas cylinders stank like old dead fish. I undid 3 of the snaps down its seam to create a firing slit, but it was in the wrong place. Unless I wanted to shoot a goat wandering in the direction of Ramadi. The 2 of us managed to work it around, grunting and swearing, and trying to keep the goddamn thing on at least 2 of the crossbar hooks as we did it. Canvas flapped in our faces. The dead fish smell got worse. This time I was the one who almost fell out of the bucket. Taco grabbed my orange vest with one hand and the strap of my rifle with the other. What are you men doing up there? Jameson called from below. All he and the others could see were our feet shuffling around clumsily like grammar school kids learning to waltz. Housework, sir, Taco called back. Well, I suggest you stop the housework and get set up. It's almost 10. Not our fault those Nimrods put the slit facing the wrong direction, Taco grumbled to me. I checked the new scope with my rifle. There were many like it, but this one was mine. And used a square of chamois to wipe everything clean. In the suck, the sand and dust got into everything. I handed my piece to Taco for the mandatory recheck. He handed it back to me, licked his palm good and wet, and stuck it out through the firings. Wind speed nil, Billy boy. I hope the bastard shows because we'll never get a better day for it. Other than my rifle, the biggest piece of equipment we had in the bucket with us was the M151, the M151, also known as the spotter's friend. Billy stops, startled out of his dream. He goes into the kitchen where he splashes his face with cold water. He has come to an unexpected fork in what has been, up to now, a perfectly straight road. Maybe it makes no difference which of the diverging ways he takes, but maybe it does. It's all about the M151. It's the optical scope the spotters used to calculate the distance from muzzle to target, and with eerie, it was to Billy at least, accuracy. That distance is the basis for MOA, minute of angle. Billy needed none of that for the shot that took out Joel Allen. But the one he was responsible for making on that day in 2004, I was assuming Amar Hassim left his storefront to make it possible, was much longer. Does he explain all that or not? If he does, that means he expects or just hopes that someday someone will read what he's written. If he doesn't, it means he has given up the expectation. That hope. So, which is it to be? Standing there at the kitchen sink, he flashes back to an interview he heard on the radio not long after he got out of the sand. Probably on one of those NPR shows where everyone sounds smart and full of Prozac. Some writer was getting interviewed, one of the old timers who was hot stuff back in the days when all the important writers were white, male, and borderline alcoholics. For the life of him, Billy can't remember who that writer was, except it wasn't Gord Vidal, not snarky enough, and not Truman Capote, not quacky enough. What he can remember is what the guy said when the interviewer asked him about his process. I always keep two people in mind when I sit down to write, myself and the stranger. Which brings Billy back full circle to the M151. He could describe it, he could explain its purpose, he could explain why MOA is even more important than distance. Although the two are always joined together, he could do all the things, but only needs to if he is riding for a stranger as well as him. So is he? Get real, Billy tells himself. I'm only stranger here. I'm the only stranger here. But that's okay. He can do it for himself if he has to. He doesn't need, what would you call it, validation, he murmurs as he goes back to the laptop. Once more, he picks up where he left off. Second chat. Whistles. Whoa. Duck's getting launched. Poor little ducky gets down into the ocean, floating away. Several. Poor little ducky. Other than my rifle, the biggest piece of equipment we had in the bucket with us was the M151, also known as the sniper spotter's friend. Taco set up the tripod and I shuffled out of his way as best I could. Platform bounced a little and Taco told me to hold still unless I wanted to put a bullet in the sign over the shop door instead of in Hasim's head. Stayed still as I could while Taco did his thing, making calculations and muttering to himself. Lieutenant Colonel Jameson had estimated the distance at 1,200 yards. Taco took his readings on a kid bouncing a ball in front of Pronto Photo and called it 1340. A long shot for sure, but not on a windless day like that one, early April. A high confidence one. I had made longer, and we had all heard stories of world class snipers making shots at twice that. Of course, I couldn't count on Hasim being perfectly stationary, like the head on a paper target. That concerned me, but the fact that he was a human being with a beating heart and a living brain didn't. But he was a Judas goat who had lured four men into an ambush, guys guilty of nothing but delivering food. He was a bad guy and needed to be put down. Around 9:15, Hasim came out of his store. He was wearing a long blue shirt like a dashiki and baggy white pants. Today he was wearing a knitted red cap instead of a blue topper. That was a wonderful sight, Mark. I started to line up the shot, but Hasim just shooed the ball bouncing kid away with a swat on the butt and went back inside. Doesn't that suck? Taco said. We waited. Young men went into Photo. Young men came out. They were laughing and scuffling and grab-assing around as young men do all over the world, from Kabul to Kansas City. Some of them had no doubt been shooting up those Blackwater trucks with their AKs just a couple days before. Some of them were undoubtedly firing at us 7 months later as we went from block to block cleaning them out. For all I know, some of them were in what we called the fun house, where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. 10 o'clock came, then 10:15. Maybe he's taking his smoke break out back today, Taco said. Then at 10:30, the door of Photo opened, and Amar Hasim came out with two of his young men. I sighted in. I saw them laughing. Saw them laughing and talking. Hasim clapped one of them on the back, and the two men strolled off with their arms round each other's shoulders. Hasim took a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket. I was in the optics and could read Marlboro and see the two trademark gold lions. Everything was clear. His bushy eyebrows, his lips as red as a woman wearing lipstick. his salt and pepper beard stubble. Taco was siding with his M151, now handheld. Fucker's a dead ringer for Yasir. I'm a fat. Shut up, Talk. I laid the crosshairs on the knitted cap, waited for Hasim to light up. I was willing to allow him one last drag before putting out his lights. He stuck a cigarette in his mouth. He put the pack back in his pocket and came out with a lighter. Not a cheap disposable Bic, but a Zippo. He might have purchased it, either in a store or on the black market. Might have also been looted from one of the contractors who'd been shot, burned, and hung from the bridge. He flipped it open and a tiny sun star winked off the top. I saw that. I saw everything. Master Gunny Sergeant Diego Vasquez at Pendleton used to say that a Marine sniper lived for a perfect shot. This one was perfect. He also said, "It's like sex. My little virgins, you will never forget your first." I drew in a deep breath, held it for a 5 count, and squeezed the trigger. The recoil hit the hollow of my shoulder. Hasim's knitted hat flew off, and at first I thought I'd missed him. Maybe only by an inch, but when you're sniping, an inch might as well be a mile. He just stood there with the cigarette between his lips. Then the lighter fell out of his fingers, and the cigarette fell out of his mouth. They landed on the dusty sidewalk. In the movies, the person who gets shot flies back when the bullet hits. That's rarely how it happens. In real life, Hasim actually took 2 steps forward. By then I could see that it wasn't just the hat that had come off. The top of his head was inside it. He went to his knees, then fell on his face. People came running. "Payback's a bitch," Taco said, clapped me on the back. I turned and yelled, "Get us down." Platform started to descend. It seemed very slow because the gunfire had begun on the other side of the river. It sounded like fireworks. Taco and I ducked as we left the canvas sand shield behind. Not because ducking made us safer, but because it was instinctive. I listened for bullets passing and tried to get ready to be hit. But I didn't hear anything or feel anything. "Get out of there, get out," Jameson shouted. "Jump. Time to Didi Mao." But he was laughing triumphant. They all were. I had my back slapped so often and so hard I almost fell over as we ran back to the dirty Mitsubishi. Yup, LC had used to drive us out. Albie, Dunk, Clue, and the others ran for the little power truck. A scam that we'd never been able to use again. We could hear yelling across the river, and now there was even more good. "Yeah, eat it," Big Clue shouted. "Eat it, big motherfuckers. Your man just got run over by a big dark horse." The LC's old station wagon was parked behind the Iraqi power trucks in the turnaround. I opened the back and put my rifle in Taco's gear. "Hurry the fuck up," Jameson said. "We're blocking those guys in." Well, you were the one who parked there, I thought, but didn't say. I tossed in our stuff. When I slammed the hatchback shut, I saw something lying in the dirt. It was a baby shoe. It must have been a little girl's because it was pink. I bent down to get it, and as I did, some shooter's blind luck round punched into the bulletproof glass of the hatchback window. If I hadn't bent down, the round would have gone in the nape of my neck or the back of my head. Get in, Jameson was screaming. Another blind luck round pinged off the Eagle wagon's armored side. Or maybe not so blind. By then, the shooters had to be all the way down by their side of the river. I picked up the shoe, I got in the Bishi, and Jameson tore out of there, fishtailing and throwing up a cloud of dust the trucks would have to drive through. The LC wasn't thinking about that. He was concentrating on saving his ass. They're shooting the shit out of that boom lift, Taco said. He was still laughing, high on the kill. What have you got there? I showed it to him, and he said, I thought it had saved my life. You keep that thing safe, brah, and keep it with you. I did until the funhouse that November. I looked for it just as we started to clear that house in the industrial sector, and it was gone. Gonna give my eyes a break for a moment here. Billy finally shuts down and stands. 8. Billy finally shuts down and stands at the periscope window of his landlocked submarine, looking out across a little patch of lawn to the street, to the vacant lot on the other side where the train station once stood. He doesn't know how long he's been standing here. Maybe quite a while. His brain feels blasted, as if he's just finished taking the world's longest and most complicated test. How many words did he write today? He could check the counter on his document. Now Billy's story instead of Benji's. But he does not. He's not that, but he's not that OC. It was a lot, leave it at that, and he's still got a long way to go. There was the April assault that started less than a week after he killed Hassim, followed by the pullback when the politicians got cold feet. Then the final nightmare that was Operation Phantom Fury, 46 days of hell. He won't put it that way if he even gets that far, because it's a cliche. But hell, it was what it was, culminating in the funhouse, which seemed to surmise all the rest. You might skim through some of it, but not the funhouse, because the funhouse was the point of Fallujah. And what exactly was the point? That it was pointless. Just another house that had to be cleared. But the price they paid. Few people walk by on Pearson's. Few cars drive by. One is a police car, but it doesn't concern Billy. It's moving leisurely, heading nowhere special, and in no hurry to get there. He's still amazed that this part of the city, which is so close to downtown, feels so deserted. On Pearson Street, rush hour is hush hour. He supposes that most people who work in the city center haul ass to suburbs when the workday is done. Nicer plans like Bent, Nicer places like Bentonville, Sherwood Heights, Plateau, Midwood, even Cody, where he won a little girl a stuffed toy. The neighborhood of which he is now a part doesn't even have a name, at least that he knows of. He needs to catch up. Billy flips on Channel 8, the NBC affiliate, wanting to stay away from 6, which will still be running the footage of Alan being shot. 8 comes on with a breaking news logo and a soundtrack of ominous violins and thumping drums. Fully doubt that there's any serious news breaking with the assassin still at large. The assassin has spent the day writing a story that is in grave danger of becoming a book. It turns out there have been developments, but nothing Billy hasn't expected, and not anything that warrants the disaster soundtrack. One of the anchors says that local businessman Kenneth Hoff has been implicated in the widening assassination conspiracy. The other anchor says that Kenneth Hoff's apparent suicide may have been murder. Holmes, your deduction astounds me, Billy thinks. The anchor's handed over to a correspondent standing across the street from Hoff's home. An expensive crib that is still several rungs below Nick's rented McMansion on the grandiosity ladder. Correspondent is a leggy blonde who looks like she might have gotten out of journalism school a week before. She explains that Kenneth Hoff has been positively linked to the Remington 700 rifle that was used to kill Joel Allen. This is in addition to plenty of other links to the presumed assassin, who has now been positively identified as William Summers, a Marine veteran of the Iraq War and winner of several medals. Bronze Star and Silver Star, Billy thinks. Also a Purple Heart. Official Queen Charming. Hello. How are you? Welcome to the duck pond. We're just chilling in the pool, reading a little Stephen King. You're welcome to jump in the pool if you have this game. Drop you the number. How are you? Good to see you. Where was I? The Purple Heart and a star on the ribbon, indicating not just one wound suffered in battle, but two. He can understand them not wanting to do that particular rundown. He's the villain of the piece, so why muddle things up with a heroic background? Muddling things up is for novels, not newsreels. There are side-by-side pictures. One is the photo of Irv Dean. The one photo Irv Dean took of him at the Girard Tower security stand on his first day as the building's resident writer. The other shows him as a new recruit, looking both solemn and goofy with his jarhead haircut. It was taken on photo day, and in it he looks even younger than the blonde correspondent. Probably was. They must have gotten it from some Marine archive because Billy had no family to give a copy to on Family Day. Local police believe that Summers may have fled the city, correspondent says, and because he may also have fled the state, the FBI is now on the case. With that, the blonde sends it back to the studio, where the anchors next display a picture of Giorgio Piglielli. And yes, they give his mob nickname as if Georgie Pigs is an alias he might be traveling on. He's been linked to organized crime operations in Las Vegas, Reno, Los Angeles, San Diego, but hasn't yet been apprehended. The subtext is that if you see a middle-aged Italian guy who goes 370, possibly wearing alligator shoes and drinking a milkshake, get in touch with your local law enforcement. Good, thank you, but I don't wish. Wish I had the game. Just swim around as a rubber duck. Basically, you just float around like any rubber duck would. You don't really get to do anything more than like maybe click on a duck and you can make it quack. That's pretty much the extent of the game. It's it's not super expensive, but it's not, it's not everybody's cup of tea. But it makes a good background when you're reading. And it's entertaining for people. So Billy thinks Hoff is dead. Giorgio's almost certainly dead. And Nick's alibied up the yin yang, which makes me the last melon in the patch, the last pea in the pod, last chocolate in the box. Pick your metaphor. After an ad for some wonder pill with about 2 dozen possible side effects, some lethal, there are more interviews with his neighbors. On Evergreen Street, Billy gets up to turn off the TV, then sits down again. He flew under false colors and hurt these people. Maybe he deserves to watch and listen as they express that hurt and their bewilderment. Thank you, Queen. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Have yourself a good night. Just chilling by the pool, reading some Stephen King. Thank you for the well wishes, by the way. Jane Kellogg, the block's resident alcoholic, doesn't seem a bit bewildered. I knew there was something wrong with him the first time I saw him. Says he had shifty eyes. Bullshit. He was drunk as a skunk that day. Bullshit you did, Billy thinks. Diane Fazio, Danny's mom. Diane Fazio, Danny's mom, shared how horrified she was when she found out they had allowed their children to spend time with a cold-blooded killer. Paul Raglan marvels about how smooth he was, how natural. I really thought Dave was the real deal. He seemed like a totally nice guy. It sort of proves that you can't trust anybody. It's Karine Ackerman who says the one thing everyone else seems to have ignored. Of course, it's terrible, but that man he shot wasn't going to court for shoplifting, was he? From what I understand, he was a stone killer. If you ask me, David saved the country, the county, the cost of a trial. God bless you, Corey, Billy thinks, and actually finds his eyes are welling up, as if it's the end of a Lifetime Channel movie where everything comes out right. Always supposing your concept of right includes a dose of vigilante justice, and in cases like Joel Allen's, Billy has no problem. before moving on to the traffic. Still slow because of police checkpoints. Sorry, folks. And the weather. Turning colder. There's a final item in the courthouse assassination story, and Billy has to smile. The reason Sheriff Vickery was initially cut out of the investigation isn't because he skedaddled when his prisoner was shot, leaving only his ridiculous Stetson behind, or not just because of that. It's because he brought his prisoner up the courthouse steps instead of through the employee's door further down. There was initial suspicion that he might have been part of the plot. He has since convinced them otherwise, probably admitting that he wanted the press coverage. And I could have made the shot either way, Billy thinks. Hell, I could have made it in the rain, unless it was a deluge out of Genesis. He turns off the television and goes into the kitchen to inspect his stock of frozen dinners. He's already thinking about what he'll write tomorrow. Okay, gonna take a moment right here, and I'm gonna get up and stretch my back and walk around a little again. Been at this almost. Need to walk around a little bit more. I will be right back. Hang tight, chat. 3 days pass in a dream. Chapter 13. 1. 3 days pass in a dream of Fallujah. Billy writes about the Hot Nine, Taco Bell, George Dinnerstein, and Albie Stark, Big Clue, Don Cashman. He spends one morning writing about how Johnny Caps more or less adopted a bunch of Iraqi kids who came to beg candy and cigarettes and stayed to play baseball. Johnny and Pablo Bigfoot Lopez taught them the game. One kid, Zamir, maybe 9 or 10, used to chant, "He was safe, motherfucker," over and over, other than "get a hit." It seemed to be the only English he had. Somebody would pop out to the shortstop and Zamir sitting on the bench in his red pants and Snoop Dogg tee and Blue Jays cap would scream, "He was safe, motherfucker." Billy writes about how Clay Briggs, the corpsman who they called Pill Roller, kept up a lively and pornographic correspondence with 5 girls back in Sioux City. Tack said he couldn't understand how such an ugly guy got so much pussy. Donk said it was fictional pussy, and Albie Stark said he was safe, motherfucker, which had nothing to do with the issue of Phil's lively and pornographic correspondence, but which broke them up every time. Billy exercises between stints at the laptop, push ups, sit ups, leg lifts, squat thrusts. For the first 2 days, he almost runs in place, hands held out and down, smacking his palms with his knees. On the third day, he suddenly remembers, that he has the house to himself, and instead of running in place, he pelts up and down the stairs to the third floor until he's out of breath and his pulse is racing along at 150 per. He's not exactly going stir crazy not after less than a week. The long spells of sitting and writing aren't what he's used to, and these bursts of exercise keep him from getting squirrely. Exercise also aids thinking, and one of his sprints up the stairs, Billy has an idea. Can't believe he hasn't thought of it before. Billy uses the Jensen's key to let himself into their apartment, checks Daphne and Walter, both doing well, then goes into the bedroom. Don is a certain kind of guy, likes his football and NASCAR, likes his barbecue ribs and chicken, likes a few brewskis on Friday night with the boys. A man like that almost certainly has a gun or two. Billy finds one in the nightstand on Don's side of the bed. It's a Ruger GP 6-shooter, fully loaded. Beside it is a box of 38 centerfire cartridges. Billy sees no reason to take the gun downstairs. If the cops burst in on him, he's certainly not going to shoot it out them. But you never know when a gun might come in handy. And it's good to know where he can lay his hands on one if the need arises. What need that he might what need that might be he can't imagine. But there are many twists and turns as one hops down the bunny trail of life. No one knows better than he does. Gives Bev's plants a squirt each with the vaporizer, then trots back downstairs. Outside, he can hear the wind picking up, blowing across the vacant lot on the other side of the street. The forecast is for rain and even colder temperature. You might not believe it, the lady weather person chirped that morning, but there may actually be some sleet mixed in with it. Guess Mother Nature can't read the calendar. Billy doesn't care if it rains, sleets, snows, or shits bananas. He's going to be in his basement apartment no matter what the weather is. The story he's writing has taken over his life because, for the time being, it's the only life he has. And that's okay. He's had 2 brief communications with Bucky Hansen. The last night he texted, "Are you okay?" To which Billy responded, "Why?" Texted, "Has the money been paid?" To which Bucky responded, as Billy expected, "And?" He can't call Giorgio, even with his burner, because the cops may be up on his phone. And what would he get if he took the risk? Almost certainly a female robot telling him the number is no longer in service because Giorgio is no longer in service. Billy is sure of it. In the alternate world of his story, Billy has reached Operation Phantom Fury in November of 2004. He thinks that part may take 10 days, possibly 2 weeks, when it's done. When he's put the story of the funhouse to rest, he'll pack up his shirt and get out of town. He'll pack up his shit and get out of town. The checkpoints will be gone by then, maybe gone already. He sits at the laptop looking at where he left off. 2 days before the assault commenced, Jameson ordered Johnny and Pablo to get the baseball kid off the base, and they all understood what that meant. They were going in again, and this time they'd be staying in till the job was done. Billy remembers Zamir looking back at the gate and giving one final cry of, "He was safe, motherfucker." Then they were gone for good. All these years later, they'd been grown men if they're still alive. He starts to write about the day the baseball kids got sent home, but it feels flat. The well is temporarily dry. He saves his copy, shuts down, then walks around to the other the laptops, the cheapies. He boots up each intern, checks that all clickbait is updated. Michael Jackson's dying wish, one simple trick to beat sciatica. What the original Musketeers look like now, Mouseketeers look like now, and shuts them down, too. All is well in his little world. He has a plan. He will finish the Iraq part of his story, the funhouse, serving as the natural climax. When that's done, he'll pack up and get out of this bad luck town. He'll drive west, not north, and at some point in the not too distant future, he will pay Nick Majarian a visit. Nick owes him money. 2. Billy's plan lasts until 1:45. He's been watching some action movie in his underwear. And although the plot is simple, something about a guy seeking revenge on the men who killed his dog, Billy has lost the thread. He decides to call it a day. He shuts off the idiot box and is heading for the bedroom when there's a loud squall of skidding tires and badly maintained brakes outside. He braces himself for the sound of the crash. That hollow slam. The big door boom as the vehicle goes head on into a power pole. Instead, he hears faint music and loud laughter, drunken laughter from the sound. He goes to his periscope window and shoves back the curtain. There's a street light up the way, and it casts just enough glow for him to see an old van with rusty sides. One set of wheels is on the sidewalk running beside the vacant lot. It's raining now, and hard enough so the van's headlights look like they're cutting through a gauze curtain. The long door on the passenger side rolls open on its track. The inside light goes on, but all Billy can make out through the blowing rain are shapes. 3 at least, moving around. No, there are 4. Fourth is slumped over, head low. 2 of them are holding the shape under its arms, which hang down to the elbows. Hang at the elbows like broken wings. There's more laughter and talk. 2 guys manhandle the slumped shape out of the van, while the third stands behind them like he's supervising. The unconscious person has long dark hair, probably a girl. Guys take her behind the van and let go of her. She folds up with her top half on the sidewalk and her bottom half in the gutter. The 2 guys hop back in. The cargo door rolls shut. For a moment, the old van stays there, idling with its headlights cutting through the pelting rain. Then it pulls out with a squeal of tires and a belch of exhaust. There's a bumper sticker on the back, but no way can Billy read it. The light over the license plate is flickering, almost dead. It's a girl for sure. She's wearing sneakers, a skirt hiked up high enough to show her nearly all of one bent leg, and a leather jacket. The exposed leg is half submerged in running gutter water. It looks very white. Can she be dead? Would those men have been laughing if she was? After some of the things he's seen in the desert and can never unsee, Billy knows it's possible. He has to get her, and not just because she might die out there if he doesn't. This part of town is quiet even at noon on a weekday, but eventually someone will come along and spot her. They might not stop. Good Samaritans are always in short supply. but they would surely call 911. Thank God it's late, and thank God he didn't go to bed 5 minutes sooner. There would have come a knock on his door, cops canvassing the houses on this side of Pearson Street. Come find out if anyone had seen the girl dumped. And if the knock came at 1 or 2 in the morning, he'd have no chance to even put on the Dalton Smith wig, let alone the fake stomach. Hey, one of the cops might say, you look familiar, buddy. I think you should come with us. Billy doesn't bother putting on his pants and shoes, just runs up the stairs in his boxers. He goes through the foyer and down the front steps, leaving the door open to bang back and forth in the wind. He's aware that he's gotten a pretty good splinter in the ball of one foot. Run it in there deep, but more aware of how fucking cold it is. Not cold enough for the rain to turn to sleet, at least not yet, but close. His arms are covered in goosebumps. The part of his big toe that isn't there aches. If the girl is still alive, she might not stay that way for long. Billy goes to one knee and picks her up, so cranked with adrenaline that he has no idea if she's heavy or light. He looks both ways with rain running down his face and bare chest. His boxers are soaked, hanging low on his hips. He sees no one, thank God. He splashes back to the apartment side of the street. As he's carrying her up the walk, she turns her head, makes a guttural sound, and spews a thin ribbon of vomit down his side and one of his legs. It's shockingly warm, almost like an electric heating pad. Well, he thinks she's still alive, all right. He picks up another splinter on the steps, but then he's inside. He can't leave the outside door to bang in the wind, so he sets her down in the foyer and pulls it closed. When he turns back to her, the girl's eyes are half open. He can see a big purplish bruise on her cheek and the side of her nose. Can't be from the pavement because she didn't go down on her face. Besides, the bruising is too well established for that. Who are you? The girl slurs. Where? Then she vomits again. This time it backwashes down her throat and she starts to choke. Billy kneels behind her and gets an arm around her midsection. He uses her breasts as a brace and hauls her up in front of him. Now his fucking boxers, wet with rainwater and a little too big to begin with, start sliding down his legs. He gets 2 fingers in her mouth, hoping to God she won't bite him. Infected cuts are the last thing he needs. He gets a wad of stuff out, flings it to the floor, then tightens his grip on her midsection. It does the trick. She hurls like a hero, a banner of puke that hits the foyer wall with a splat. A car, one that would have spelled his doom just 3 minutes before, is coming. Billy can see the headlights brightening the rain-splattered glass of the front door. He drops to one knee, still holding the girl in front of him. His stupid boxers are now spread between his knees, and he actually has time to wonder why he ever gave up jockeys. Her head is lolled forward, but he thinks she's rasping He thinks the rasping sound is now hers and snores, not choking. She's out again. The headlights brighten, then diminish without slowing. Billy gets to his feet, hauling the girl up with him. He gets an arm under her knees, the other around her shoulders. Her head lolls backward. He shimmies his legs and his shorts fall to his ankles. He steps out of them and kicks them aside. It's like some nightmarish vaudeville skit. Her dank hair and pendulum. Her dank hair drips and pendulums back and forth as he side saddles down the stairs, trying not to overbalance and fall. Her upturned face is as pale as the moon. There's another bruise on her forehead, above her left eye. And Jesus, his feet are killing him. Never mind his half-gone toe. Those fucking splinters. He makes it to the foot of the stairs without falling and bumps open the door to his apartment with his butt. She starts to slither out of his grip, her body forming a limp U shape. He raises one leg into the small of her back, shoves her back up, and staggers inside. She starts to slide again, ignoring the splinters digging into his cold, reddened feet. Billy sprints to the couch. He makes it just in time. He lands with a thump, gives out a fuzzy grunting noise, and resumes her snoring. Billy bends forward with his hands braced above his knees to ease his back, which is trying to cramp up. The stink of puke rising from her almost makes him feel like puking himself. He can smell alcohol too, but it's faint. Well, she offloaded it, he thinks, but if she's got her drink on, he should still be able to smell it on her breath. He should have smelled it in the foyer, and he lifts his legs, smelling the fresh liquid vomit on his skin. He still gets only the faintest whiff of booze. He looks her up and down. The skirt she's wearing is denim, frayed at the hem, and short. He could see her underpants if she was wearing any, but she's not. He sees something else. The outside of her thighs are pale and white, like the moon, but the tops of the insides are speckled with drying blood. The girl retches again, but weakly, and nothing comes out except for a dribble of cloudy drool down the side of her mouth. Then she starts to shiver. Of course she's shivering, she's soaked. Billy pulls off her sneakers. Tiny ankle socks come with them. There are hearts on the tops. He gets her to sit up, muttering, "Come on, little help here," although he knows she can't help. Her eyelids flutter and she tries to talk. You may even think she is talking, that she's asking all the questions anyone might ask in a situation like this. But the only words he can make out are who and you. All the rest is just huz and wuh. That's right. All okay now. Just don't die on me. Although even now he's trying to cope with his fucked up situation, Billy realizes it might simplify things if she did. It's a rotten thought, but that doesn't make it untrue. He gets her jacket, cheap, thin, and not real leather at all, but some synthetic off. Beneath it is a t shirt with Black Keys North American Tour 2017 on the front. He tries to pull it off over her head and it gets caught on her chin. She moans and he gets 3 words in the clear. No, don't choke. She starts to she starts to slide. He gets the shirt off just in time to catch her and keep her from falling onto the floor. Her plain white cotton bra is askew, one breast covered and one out, because the strap that's supposed to go over her left shoulder is broken. He shoves the he shoves the bra down, turns it around, and manages to get it unhooked. On her top is uh, once her top half is undressed, he's able to lie her back down. He pulls off her soaked denim skirt, throws it on the floor with the rest of her clothes. Now she's naked except for one earring, the other gone God knows where. She's all over goose flesh, still shivering. It's because she's cold, but it's also shock. He saw shivering like that in Fallujah and saw it turn into convulsions. Of course, she hasn't suffered multiple bullet wounds in the legs like poor old Johnny Caps. But there's blood on her, and now he sees 3 bruises on one of the girl's small breasts as well. Narrow bruises. Somebody grabbed her there and squeezed really hard. There are 2 more finger-shaped bruises on the left side of her neck, and Billy thinks they were saying, "No, don't choke." Mindful that she may not be done vomiting, Billy turns her on her side and then pushes her front first to the back of the couch, so hopefully she won't fall off. She's snoring again, the sound harsh but regular, and her teeth are chattering. She's one fucked up American. Oh, 2 stone ducks at the bottom of the pool. It only takes so much in the soundtrack. He hurries into the bathroom and gets one of the 2 bath towels. He kneels in front of the couch and rubs her back, her butt, her thighs, and calves. He does it briskly, relieved to see a little faint color rise into her pallid skin. Takes one of her shoulders, another bruise there, but smaller, rolls her onto her back, and begins again. Feet, legs, stomach, breast, chest, shoulders. When he does her face, she raises her hands in a weak, warding off gesture, then drops them as if too much work. Just too much. He makes an effort to dry her hair, but he's not going to get far with that because there's a lot of it. And the rainwater from the gutter soaked it to the scalp. Billy thinks I'm fucked. No matter how this goes, I'm fucked. He drops the towel and reaches for her, planning to roll her back onto her side so that she won't choke if she throws up again. Then rethinks. Takes her right leg, towels it dry so her heel is on the floor and her vagina is revealed. The labia are inflamed, bright red, and split in several places. One of the splits still beating up fresh blood. The flesh between her vagina and her rectum, he knows the word for that part, but can't think of it in this stressed out moment. It's torn worse than her labia, and God knows what damage there might be inside. You can see several dried splats of semen as well, most of it on her lower stomach and in her pubic hair. The guy pulled out, Billy thinks, and remembered that there were 3 shapes in the van, and judging from the sound of their laughter, all male. One of them did anyways. This thought makes him aware of his own situation. Considering what has happened to the girl on his couch, it's not without irony she's out cold with her legs open, and both of them as naked as the day they were born. What would his Evergreen Street neighbors think if they could see this tablet? Not even Corey Ackerman's kind heart that she is would continue to defend him. You can see the headline in the Red Bluff News: Courthouse assassin also raped teenager. Fucked, he thinks. Fuck to the sky. Back down. Billy wants to get her into bed, but he has something else to attend to first. Now that things have settled down, he realizes his feet hurt like blue fuck. There's a lot of stuff he didn't buy when he stocked this book, and that includes tweezers. But there are Band-Aids and some leftover hydrogen peroxide in the bathroom from the last tenant. The disinfectant is probably long past sell-by date, but beggars can't be choosers. Walking on the sides of his feet as best he can, Bill gets a paring knife from the kitchen, then the bathroom stuff. Band-Aids are decorated with Toy Story characters sits on the floor beside the snoring, shivering girl and uses the knife to lift the splinters enough so he can pull them out. There are 5 in all, including 2 big boys. He douses the bleeding wounds with peroxide. The sting makes him think the stuff may actually do some good. Covers the 2 biggest wounds with band-aids that probably won't stick very long. He guesses they're pretty old, maybe from 2 or even 3 tenants back. He gets to his feet, rolls his shoulders to loosen them, then picks up the girl. Without the adrenaline to boost him, he guesses her weight at 115, maybe 120. Not much of a match for 3 men. Did they all rape her? Billy guesses that they were together, and one did. They all did. He will ask her when she comes around for all the good it will do. He doubts if she'll be able to remember, and what she'll want to know is why he didn't call the police or take her to the nearest ER. She's sinking into a U shape again, and Billy ends up dropping her onto the bed instead of putting her down gently, as he intended. He opens her eyes a bit and closes them again, and resumes snoring. He doesn't want to wrestle with her anymore, but he also doesn't want her lying there naked. She's going to be freaked out enough when she wakes up. He gets a t-shirt from the bureau, sits beside her, lifts her with his left arm and gets the shirt over her head. With his right hand, her fuzzy sounds of protest fade back into snores when he gets it past her face and covers her shoulders. Help me now, he lifts one of her arms, and after a couple of failures, manages to poke it through the short sleeve. Little help, okay? Some part of her must hear him because she raises her other arm and finally waves it into the sleeve. He lays her back down, blows out his breath, and arms sweat from his forehead. The shirt is bunched above her breasts. He pulls it down in front, lifts her, pulls it down in back. She's shivering again and whimpering a little. Billy puts an arm under her knees and lifts her, and yanks the hem of the shirt down over her buttocks and thighs. God, like he's dressing a baby, Billy thinks. He hopes she won't piss the bed. He's only got this one set of sheets, and the nearest laundromat is 3 blocks away. But he knows there's a good chance she will. At least most of the bleeding has stopped. He supposes it could have been worse. They could have torn her wide open, even killed her. That might even have been what they meant to do, dumping her the way they did. But Billy doubts it. He thinks they were all just really drunk or high on something mean, like crystal. The assholes probably thought she'd come around and walk home. Sadder but wiser. He stands, wipes his brow again, and pulls up the blanket. She clutches it at once, pulls it to her chin, and turns on her side. That's good because she might vomit again. can't believe she has anything left to bring up, considering all she puked out in the foyer, but there's no way to tell. Even with a blanket, she's shivering. What am I supposed to do with you, Billy thinks. What the fuck am I supposed to do with you? Tell me that. It's a question he can't answer. All he knows is that he's in the motherfuck of all messes. Gets a fresh pair of He gets a fresh pair of boxers from the bureau. Leaving just one, he goes out into the living room and lies down on the couch. He doubts he'll sleep, but if he does, it will be thin, and he'll hear her if she gets up, tries to leave the apartment. And do what? Stop her? Of course. If only because it's cold and raining, and damn near blowing a gale. From the sound, but that's tonight. When she wakes up in the morning, hungover and disoriented, and in a stranger's apartment, clothes gone, her clothes still on the floor in a sodden heap, Billy gets off the couch and takes them into the bathroom. Oh, on the way he stops to look at his uninvited guest. She stopped snoring, but she's still shivering. A sodden clot of hair lies against one of her cheeks. He bends and pushes it away. Please, I don't want to. Billy freezes, but when there's nothing more, he goes into the bathroom. There's a hook on the door. He hangs the cheap jacket on it. There's a shower tub combo of the sort found in cut-rate motels. He wrings out her shirt and skirt in the tub and drapes them over the shower curtain, broad to dry. The jacket has 3-zip style pockets, a little one above the left breast and 2 bigger diagonal ones on the sides. There's nothing in the breast pocket. There's a man's wallet in one of the side pockets and a phone in the other. He removes the SIM card and puts the phone back in the pocket it came from for the time being. He opens the wallet. The first thing he finds is her driver's license. Her name is Alice Maxwell, and she's from Kingston, Rhode Island. 23 years old. No, check that. Just turned 21. DMV photographs are awful as a rule. Something you were even embarrassed to show the cop who stops you for speeding. But hers is pretty good. Or maybe Billy only thinks that because he's seen her looking far worse than any DL photo. Her eyes are wide and blue. There's a little smile on her lips. First license, he thinks. He hasn't even had it renewed yet, because it's still got the 1 a.m. restriction for teenagers. There's one credit card, which she has signed Alice Reagan Maxwell with painstaking clarity. There's an ID card from Clarendon Business College here in the city, and AMC gift card. Billy can't remember if those were the late Ken Hoff's theaters or not. An insurance card, which includes her blood type, O. and some pictures of a much younger Alice Maxwell with her high school, her dog, and a woman who's probably her mother. There's also a picture of a smiling teenage boy with his shirt off, maybe a high school boyfriend. In the billfold, he finds 2 10s, 2 1s, and a newspaper clipping. It's the obituary of one Henry Maxwell. Service at Christ Baptist Church in Kingston. In lieu of flowers and contributions to the American Cancer Society. Picture shows a man in mid to late middle age. He has jowls and thinning hair, painstakingly combed across his otherwise bald dome. He looks like anyone you would pass on the street without noticing. Billy can't see the family resemblance even in the grainy photo. And Alice Reagan Maxwell loved him enough to carry his wallet with his obituary. Billy has to like her for that. If she's going to school here and her father was buried there, her mother, almost certainly back in Kingston, won't wonder where she is, at least not immediately. Billy puts the wallet back in her jacket. He takes the phone and puts it in the top drawer of his bureau, under his own supply of t-shirts. He wonders if he would clean up her vomit in the foyer before it dries, and decides against it. If she wakes up thinking he's the reason her female works feel like they're on fire, he'd like to have at least some evidence that he brought her in from the outside. Of course, that won't convince her that he didn't help himself later. Once he was reasonably sure she wasn't going to spew on him or wake up and fight while he was humping her. She's still shivering. That's got to be shock, doesn't it? Or maybe a reaction to whatever those men put in her drink. Billy has heard about roofies, but has no idea what the after effect might be. Starts to leave. The girl, Alice, moans. She sounds desolate, bereft. Well, shit, Billy thinks. This is probably the worst idea ever, but what the hell. He gets in bed with her back to his. Her back is to him. He puts an arm around her and pulls her close. Snuggle up, kiddo, you're okay. Snuggle the fuck up and get warm. Stop shaking. You'll feel better in the morning. Figure this out in the morning. I'm fucked, he thinks. Again. Maybe the comfort is what she needed, or the extra heat from his body, or maybe all that shivering would have stopped on its own. Billy doesn't know and doesn't care. He's only glad when the shakes become intermittent, then finally quit. The snoring has quit too. Now he can hear the rain pelting the building. It's an old structure, and when the wind gusts, its joints creak. The sound is oddly comforting. I'll get up in a minute or two, he thinks, just as soon as I'm sure she's not going to snap awake and start screaming bloody murder. In just a minute or He falls asleep instead and dreams there's smoke in the kitchen. He can smell burnt cookies. He needs to warn Kathy. Tell her she needs to take them out of the oven before her mother's boyfriend comes home. But he can't speak. This is the past. He's only a spectator. Five. Billy jerks awake in the dark sometime later, convinced he's overslept his appointment with Joel Allen and screwed up the job he's spent months waiting to do. Then he hears the girls breathing next to him. Breathing, not snoring. And he remembers where he is. Her butt is socked into his basket. He realizes he has an erection, which is totally inappropriate. Downright grotesque. But so many times the body doesn't care about the circumstances, it just wants what it wants. He gets out of bed in the dark and feels his way to the bathroom, with one hand cupped over the front of his tended shorts, not wanting to wang his distended cock into the bureau and make this shit carnival of a night complete. The girl, meanwhile, doesn't stir. Slow breathing suggests that she's gone deep, and that's good. By the time he's in the bathroom with the door shut, his erection is deflated and he can piss. The toilet is noisy and has a tendency to keep running if you don't flap the handle a few times. So he just lowers the lid, turns off the light, and feels his way across back to the bureau, where he fumbles until he feels the elastic waistband of his one pair of work couch. He closes the door to the bedroom and makes his way across the living room with a little confidence, because the curtain across the periscope window is still pushed back and the nearby streetlight casts enough glow to see by. He looks out and sees nothing but the deserted street. The rain is still coming down, but the wind has let up a little. He pulls the curtain closed and checks his watch, which he never took off. 4:15 in the morning. Puts on the shorts, lies down on the couch, and tries to think what he should do with her when she wakes up. But what's jamming up the forefront of his mind, ridiculous but true, is that her unwelcome appearance in his life has probably put an end to his writing. And just when it was going well. He has to smile. It's like worrying if there's enough toilet paper when you hear the town's tornado siren. Body wants what it wants, and so does the mind. He closes his eyes. He means only to doze, but falls fully asleep again instead. When he wakes up, the girl is standing over him wearing the t-shirt he got her into when he put her to bed, holding a knife. Oh, fuck. This is going so badly. Chapter 14. 1. Where am I? Who are you? Did you rape me? You did, didn't you? Her eyes are red and her hair is every which way. Her picture could be next to hangover in the dictionary. She also looks scared to death. Billy can't blame her for that. You were raped, but I didn't rape you. The knife is just a little one that he used to pry up the splinters in his feet. He left it on the coffee table. He reaches out and takes it from her. He does it gently and she makes no protest. Who are you? What's your name? Dalton Smith. Where are my clothes? Hanging from the shower rod in the bathroom. I undressed you and undressed me? He looks down at the shirt. And dried you off. You were soaking wet, shivering. How's your head? Aches. I feel like I drank all night, but I only had one beer. And I think maybe a G&T. Where are we? Billy swings his feet to the floor. She backs away, hands coming up in a warding off gesture. You like a cup of coffee? He considers it, but not for long. She lowers her hands. Yes. And do you have aspirin? He makes coffee. She 2. He makes coffee. She swallows 2 aspirins while she waits for it, then slowly goes into the bathroom. He hears the door lock, but that doesn't concern him. A 5-year-old could bust that lock, and a 10-year-old will probably bust the door off the hinges in the bargain. She comes back to the kitchen. You didn't flush. Ugh. I didn't want to wake you. Where's my phone? It was in my jacket. I don't know. Do you want some toast? He makes a face. No, I've got my wallet, but not my phone. Did you take it? No. Are you lying? No. Like I should believe you, he says with shaky contempt. He sits down, tugging at the hem of the t-shirt. Although it's long and everything that needs to be covered is covered. Where's my underwear? The tone is accusing, prosecutorial. Your bra is under the coffee table. One of the straps was broken. Maybe I can knot it together for you. As for underpants, you weren't wearing any. You're lying. What do you think I am, a whore? No. What he thinks is that she's a young girl away from home for the first time who went to the wrong place where there were wrong people. Bad people who loaded her up with something and took advantage of her. Well, I'm not. And begins to cry. I'm a virgin. At least I was. This is a mess. The worst mess I've ever been in. I can relate to that, Billy said, and with absolute certainty. Why didn't you call the police or take me to the hospital? You were messed up, but not circling the drain. By that I mean, I know what it means. I thought I'd wait until you woke up, let you decide what you want to do. Maybe a cup of coffee will help you figure it out. It can't hurt. And by the way, what's your name? Best to get that out so she doesn't screw up and say it himself. 3. He pours the coffee, ready to dodge if she tries throwing it in his face, and then running for the door. He doesn't think she will. She's settling down a little. But this is still a situation that could go bad. Well, hey, it's bad already. But it could get worse. She doesn't throw the coffee at him. She sips some and makes a face. Her lips press tight together and he can see the muscles in her throat moving even after it's gone down. If you're going to throw up again, do it in the sink. I'm not going to. What do you mean again? How did I get here? Are you sure you didn't rape me? That isn't funny, but Billy can't help smiling. If I did, I think I'd know. How did I get here? What happened? He sips his own coffee. That would be the middle of the story. Let's start at the beginning. Tell me what happened to you. I don't remember. Last night is your basic black hole. All I know is I woke up here, hungover and feeling like somebody stuck a fence post up my, you know. He sips her coffee and this time gets it down without having to repress the gagging. What about before that? She looks at him, blue eyes wide, mouth moving, and her head droops. Was it Trip? Did he put something in my beer? My G&T? Both? Is that what you're telling me? Billy restrains an impulse to reach across the table and put his hand over hers. He's gained a little ground, but if he touches her, he'll almost certainly lose it. He's not ready to be touched by a man, especially one with nothing on but worn workout shorts. I don't know. I wasn't there. You were, so tell me what happened, Alice. Right up to when your memory drops out. So she does. And as she does, he can see the question in her eyes. If you didn't rape me, why did I wake up in your bed instead of a hospital? It's not a long story, even with some background added. Billy thinks he could tell it himself once she gets started, because it's an old story. Halfway through it, she stops, her eyes widening. She begins to hyperventilate, her hand clutching her throat while the air goes whooping in and out. Is it asthma? He didn't find it an inhaler, but it might have been in her purse. If she was carrying one, it's gone now. She shakes her head. Panic. Attack. Whoop. Whoop. Billy goes into the bathroom and wets a washcloth. As soon as the tap runs warm, he wrings it out loosely and brings it back. Hip your head up and put this over your face. You would have thought it impossible for her eyes to get any wider, but somehow they do. I'll whoop, choke. No, it'll open you up. He tips her head back himself, gently, and drapes the washcloth over her eyes and nose and mouth. Then he waits. After 15 seconds or so, her breathing starts to ease. Takes the washcloth off her face. It worked. Breathing the moisture makes it work, Billy says. There might be some truth in that, but probably not much. It's breathing, the idea, that makes it work. He saw Clay Briggs, hill roller, the corpsman, use it several times on newbies. And a few vets like Bigfoot Lopez before they went back for another bite of the rotten apple named Phantom Fury. Sometimes there was another trick he used if the wet washcloth didn't work. Billy listened carefully while Phil explained both of these tricks to soothe the mental monkey. He's always been a good listener, storing up information like a squirrel storing up nuts. Can you finish now? Can I have some toast? She asks almost shyly. And is there any juice? No juice, but I've got some ginger ale. Want that? Yes, please. He makes toast and pours ginger ale into a glass and adds an ice cube. He sits down across from her. Alice Maxwell tells her time-worn story. It's one Billy has heard before and read before, most recently in the works of Emile Zola. Spent a year after high school waitressing in her hometown, saving up money for business school. Could have gone in Kingston. There were two there that were supposed to be good, but she wanted to see a little more of the world and get away from Mom, Billy thinks. He might be starting to understand why she's not demanding he call the police immediately. But the question of why, seeing a little more of the world, meant coming to this nondescript city. About that, he has no idea. He works part-time as a barista in a coffee shop on Emery Plaza, not 3 blocks from Billy's riding nest in Girard Tower. That was where she met Trip Donovan. He struck up casual conversation with her over a week or two. He made her laugh. He was charming, so of course, when he invited her out for a bite after work one day, she said yes. A movie date followed, and then fast worker that trip, he asked if she'd like to go dancing at a side of the road place he knew out on Route 13. She told him she wasn't much of a dancer. He, of course, said neither was he. They didn't have to dance. They could just buy a pitcher of beer and stretch it out while they listened to the music. He told her it was a Foghat cover band. Did she like Foghat? Alice said she did. She'd never heard of Foghat, but she downloaded some of their music that very night. It was good, a little bluesy, but mostly straight ahead rock and roll. The Trip Donovans of the world have a nose for a certain kind of girl, Billy thinks. They're shy girls who make friends slowly because they aren't very good at making first move. They are mildly pretty, who have been bludgeoned by beauty on TV, in the movies, on the internet, and in the celebrity magazines, so that they see themselves not as mildly pretty but as plain, or even sort of ugly. They see their bad features, the too wide mouth, the too close set eyes, and ignore the good ones. These are girls who have been told by the fashion mags in the beauty shops and often by their own mothers that they need to lose 20 pounds. They despair over the size of their boobs, butts, and feet. To be asked out is a wonder, but then there is the agony of what to wear. This certain kind of girl can call girlfriends to discuss that, but only if she has them. Alice, new in the city, does not. But on their movie date, Trip doesn't seem to mind her clothes or her too wide mouth. Trip is funny. Trip is charming. Trip is complimentary. And he's a perfect gentleman. He kisses her after the movie date, but it's a wanted kiss, a desired kiss, and he doesn't spoil it by sticking his tongue in her mouth or grabbing at her breasts. Trip is a student at one of the local colleges. Billy asks how old he is, thinking he probably won't know. But thanks to the wonders of Facebook, she does. Trip Donovan is 24. Little old to still be going to college. I think he's a grad student. He's doing advanced studies. Advanced studies, Billy thinks, right. Of course, Trip suggested Alice come by his crib for a drink before heading out to the bucket. And of course she agreed. The aforementioned crib was in one of those Sherwood Heights condos near the interstate. Alice took the bus because she doesn't have a car. Trip was waiting for her outside. Perfect gentleman. He kissed her on the cheek and took her up to the 3rd floor in the elevator. It was a big apartment. He could only afford it, Trip said, because he and his roommate split the rent. The roommates were Hank and Jack. Alice doesn't know their last names. Tells Billy that they seemed perfectly nice. Came out to the living room to meet her, then went back into one of the bedrooms, where some sports show was playing on TV. Or maybe it was a video game. She's not sure which. So that's where your memory starts to get foggy? No, they just shut the door when they went back in. Alice is using the washcloth to dab her cheeks and forehead. Trip asked if she wanted a beer. Alice tells Billy she doesn't care for beer, but took one to be polite. Then when Trip saw she was going slow on the Heine, he asked if she wanted a gin and tonic. The door to Jack's room opened and the sound from the TV went off. Jack said, "Did I hear someone mention gin and tonic?" So they all have a G&T, and that's when Alice says things started getting fogged in. Thought it was because she's not used to alcohol. Tripp suggested she have another because, he said, the second drink will fight the first. He said it's a known fact. One of the roommates put on some music and she thinks she remembers dancing in the living room with Tripp. And that's where her memory pretty much runs out. Picks up the washcloth and breathes through it again. For a little while. Her bra is still underneath the coffee table, looking like a small animal that died. "Now it's your turn," she says. Billy tells her what he saw and did, beginning with the screech of brakes and tires, and ending with putting her to bed. Thinks it over, then says, "Trip doesn't own a van. He has a Mustang. He picked me up in it when we went to the movies." Billy thinks of Ken Hoff, who also had a Mustang and died in it. "Nice car," he says. "Was your roommate jealous?" "I'm on my own. Just a small place." As soon as the words are out, Billy can see she thinks she's made a mistake, telling him she's on her own. He could point out that Trip Donovan probably also knew this, but doesn't. Puts the washcloth over her face again and breathes. But this time her breath keeps whooping. "Give me that," Billy says. This time he wets it under the kitchen tap, keeping an eye on her while he does it. But he doesn't think she'll break for the door, wearing nothing but a thin t-shirt. Comes back, try again. Slow deep breaths. When her respiration eases, he says, "Come with me, I want to show you something." He takes her out of the apartment, up the stairs, into the foyer. He points to the vomit drying on the wall. "That's from when I brought you in." Whose underwear is that? Is it yours?" "Yes. I was getting ready to go to bed. It was falling down while I was trying to keep you from choking. It was actually kind of comical." She doesn't smile, only repeats that Trip doesn't drive a van. "I imagine it belongs to one of his roommates." Tears begin to spill down her cheeks. Oh my God. My mother can never find this out. She never wanted me to come." Billy thinks he already knew that. "Let's go back downstairs. I'll make you some real breakfast. Eggs and bacon." "No bacon," she says, grimacing, but she doesn't say no to the eggs. He scrambles 2 eggs and sets them before her with 2 more slices of toast. While she eats, he goes into the bedroom and closes the door. If she bolts, she bolts. He's been gripped by the fatalism he felt during Operation Phantom Fury, clearing the city of insurgents, street by street, block by block, checking for the baby chute on his belt loop before stacking to go in each house. Each day he wasn't wounded or killed increased the odds that the next day he would be. You could only roll so many sevens or make so many points before you crapped out. Fatalism became sort of a friend. What the fuck, they used to say. What the fuck? Let's get some. Same thing now. What the fuck? He dons the blonde wig, the mustache, the glasses. He sits on the bed and checks a couple of things on his phone. Once he's gone, the info he needs, goes into the bedroom and spreads a handful of baby powder on his stomach. He's found it helps with the chafing. Then he takes the fake belly into the kitchen. She looks at him with wide eyes. The last forkful of eggs suspended above the plate. Billy holds the styrofoam appliance against his stomach and turns around. Would you tighten the strap for this stomach? It turns around. Would you tighten the strap for me? I always have a hard job doing it for myself. He waits. A lot depends on what happens next. She might refuse. She might even stick him with the knife he gave her to butter her toast. Not exactly a lethal weapon. Could have done more damage with the paring knife if she decided to use it on him while he was sleeping. But she could put a hurt on him even with the butter knife. If she put her arm into it, got it in the right place. She doesn't stick him, she pulls the strap tight instead. Tighter than he's ever managed, even when he starts by turning the fake belly around to the small of his back so he can see the plastic buckle. When did you know I knew? He asked, in a small voice. While you were telling me your story, you were looking right at me and I saw it click. Then you had the panic attack. You're the man who killed, yes. And this is, what, your hideout? Yes. Wig and mustache is your disguise? Yes. And the fake plot thing. She opens her mouth and closes it. She seems to have run out of questions. But she's not whooping for breath. And Billy thinks that's another step in the right direction. Then he thinks, who am I kidding? There is no right direction. Have you looked at your points at her lap? Yes. Just before I got up to see where I was. There's blood and it hurts. I knew that you were somebody. It isn't just blood. You'll see when you clean yourself up. At least one of them didn't use protection. Probably none of them did. He puts the forkful of eggs down uneaten. And going out, there's a 24-hour drugstore about half a mile from here, back towards the city. I'll have to walk because I don't have a car. You can buy the morning after pill over the counter in this state. I just checked on my phone to make sure, unless you have religious or moral objection taking it, that is. God, no. In that same small voice, crying again. If I got pregnant, just shakes her head. Some drugstores also sell ladies' underwear. If they do, I'll buy some. I can pay you back. I have money. This is absurd, and she seems to know it because she looks away, blushing. Your clothes are hanging in the bathroom. Once I'm gone, you could put them on and get out of here. I can't stop you, but listen, Alice. He reaches out and turns her face back to him. Her shoulders stiffen, but she looks at him. Saved your life last night. It was cold. It was raining. And you were unconscious. Drugged to the gills. If you didn't die from exposure, you would have choked on your own vomit. Now I'm going to put my life in your hands. You understand me? It was those men who raped me. Swear? I couldn't swear to it in a court because I didn't see their faces. But these men dumped you out of that van, and you were with three men in that apartment, and your memory went dark. Alice puts her hand over her face. So ashamed. Billy's honestly perplexed. Why? You trusted, and you were tricked. End of story. I saw your picture on the news. You shot that man. I did. Joel Allen was a bad man. A hired killer. Like me. Billy thinks. But there's at least one difference. He waited outside a poker game and shot two men because he lost big and wanted his money back. One of them died. I want to go now while it's still early and there aren't too many people on the streets. You have a sweatshirt? Yes, why? Wear it over that. Points at the fake belly. It will look like you're trying to hide your stomach. It's what fat people do. The rain has let up, but it's still cold, and he's glad for the sweatshirt. He waits for a car to pass, splashing up water, then crosses the street to the vacant lot side. He sees the skid marks from the van. They're not as long and dark as they would have been if the pavement had been dry. He drops to one knee, knowing what he's looking for, but not really expecting to find it. He does, though. He puts it in his pocket and recrosses Pearson Street because the sidewalk on the vacant lot side was damaged by the machines the city brought in to demolish the train station. That was a year ago or more, judging by the way the vegetation has grown up. But nobody's bothered to fix the concrete. He touches her lost earring as he walks. When the police take him, it will go in an evidence envelope, as will the rest of his possessions, and she'll probably never get it back. Billy's pretty sure she'll drop a dime on him, whether she believes he saved her life or not. She knows he's a wanted killer, and she may also believe that she could be charged with aiding and abetting, not turning him in as soon as she gets a chance. But no, Billy thinks she's a shy girl. She's scared and a confused girl. But she's not a dumb girl. She could claim he kidnapped her, and they'd believe her. Her phone won't work even if she searches and finds it. But the Zoni's convenience store is close, and she can call the police from there. She's probably there already, and they'll take him as he walks back from the drugstore. Cop cars with their misery lights flashing, one of them bouncing up over the curb in front of him. Doors flying open even before the cruiser stops. Cops getting out with their guns drawn. Show your hands. Get on the ground. Face down. Face down. And why did he do it? Something about the dream he had last night. Maybe the smell of burned cookies. Something about Shan Ackerman. Maybe. And the picture she drew for him of the flamingo. Maybe it even has something to do with Phil Stanhope, who will have told the police she went out with him because he seemed like such a nice man. A writer, maybe even one with a future. A star to which a working girl could hitch her wagon. Would she tell them she slept with him? If she leaves that part out, Diane Fazio won't. Diane saw them leaving the house. Even gave Billy a thumbs up. Maybe it has to do with all those things. But probably it just comes back to the simple fact that he couldn't kill her. No way could he. That would make him as bad as Joel Allen, or the Las Vegas Rapo, or Carl Trilby, who made movies of men fucking kids. So he put on his fake wig and fake belly and plain glass spectacles, and here he is, walking to a drugstore in the rain. Alice Maxwell not only knows he's William Summers, he knows about Dalton Smith, the clean identity he had spent years building up. Those assholes could have dumped her on another street, Billy thinks, but they didn't. They could have dropped her further down Pearson Street, but they didn't do that either. He could blame fate, except he doesn't believe in fate. He could tell himself everything happens for a reason. But that's goofy bullshit for people who can't face plain, unpainted truth. Coincidence is what it is what it was. And everything followed from that. From the moment they dumped the girl, he might as well have become a cow in a chute, with nothing to do but to trot with the others onto the killing floor. But it is what it is, as they also used to say in the sand. But what the fuck? And there's one tiny glimmer of hope. He told him to put on the sweatshirt. It probably means nothing, just something she said to make him feel like he was a little bit on his side. But maybe it does. Maybe it does. Drugstores 7. Drugstores of CVS. Billy finds the morning after pill in the family planning room. It costs $50, which he supposes isn't cheap compared to the alternative. It's on the bottom row as if to be hard to find as possible for bad girls who need it. And when he straightens up, he gets a glimpse of wiry red hair 2 rows over. Billy's heart jumps. He bends down again and straightens up again. Slowly, peering over the boxes of Vagisil and Monostat. It's not Dana Edison, who he's decided is the hardest of Nick's heartbreaks. It's not even a man, it's a woman with her wiry red hair yanked into a ponytail. Easy, he tells himself. You're jumping at nothing. Dana and the others are long gone back to Vegas. Well, maybe. The women's underwear is on the back wall. Most of it is for ladies who are leaky. But there's a few other kinds as well. He thinks about the bikinis, but decides that would be a little suggestive. It's funny, in a way. He's still operating on the assumption that she'll be there when he gets back. But what other assumption is there? He will go back because he has no other place to go. He grabs a 3-pack of Hanes, Cotton Boy leg shorts, and takes them to the counter, looking for police cars outside, but doesn't spot any. Of course, they wouldn't park in front anyway. He'd clock them and maybe hole up with Austin. The clerk is a woman in her 50s. He rings up his purchases with no comment. But Billy is good at reading faces. Knows she's thinking that someone had a busy night. He pays her with a Dalton Smith credit card and walks back out into the rain. Now just a fine drizzle, waiting to be taken. There's no one there but 3 women, chatting amiably together. They don't look at him as they go by into the drugstore. Billy walks back to 658 Pearson. It seems like a very long walk, because it's more than a glimmer of hope now. And hope may be the thing with feathers, but it's also the thing that hurts you. They could be waiting around back or in the apartment, he thinks. But no blue boys come rushing around the old three-decker, and there's no one in the apartment but the girl. He's watching Today on his television. Alice looks at him, and something passes between them. He shifts the pharmacy bag and digs in his right-hand pocket. He holds his hand out to her and sees her flinch a little, as if she thinks he means to strike her. The bruises on her face are at their most colorful. They shout assault and battery. Found your earring. He opens his hand and shows her. Alice goes into the bathroom to put on a pair of the new underpants, but stays in the shin-length t-shirt because her shirt is still damp. Denim takes forever to dry, she says. Takes the pill with water from the kitchen tap. He tells her the side effects may include vomiting, dizziness. I can read. Who else lives in this building? It's as quiet as it's quiet. He tells her about the Jensens and how they went on a cruise. Neither of them knowing that in another 6 months the cruise lines will be shut down, although with just about everything else. He takes her upstairs. She comes willingly enough and introduces her to Daphne and Walter. You're watering them too much. You want to drown them? No. Give them a couple of days off, she pauses. Will you be here for a couple of days? Yes. It's safer to wait. He looks around the Jensen's kitchen, the living room, sizing it up the way that women do. Then she astounds him by asking if she can stay with him. Maybe stay in the basement apartment even after he's gone. I don't want to go out until the bruises get better, he says. It looked like I was in a car accident. Also, what if Tripp comes looking for me? He knows where I go to school, and he knows where I live. Billy thinks that Tripp and his friends will want nothing more to do with her now that they've had their fun. Well, they might cruise Pearson Street to make sure the place where they threw her out isn't a crime scene. And when they sober up or come down from whatever high they were riding, they will surely check the local news, make sure she's not part of it. But he doesn't point these things out. Having her stay solves a lot of problems. Back downstairs, she says she's tired and asks if she can take a nap in his bed. Billy tells her that would be fine unless she's feeling dizzy or nauseated. If she is, it would be better for her to stay awake for a while. She says she's okay and goes into the bedroom. She's doing a good job of pretending she's not afraid of him, but Billy is pretty sure she's still it. He'd be crazy if she wasn't. But she's also still in shock, still humiliated by what has happened to her, and ashamed. He told her she didn't have to be, but that bounced right off. Later on, she'll undoubtedly decide that asking to stay with him was a bad call, really bad. But right now, all she wants is sleep. It's in her slumped shoulders and shuffling bare feet. Billy hears the creak of bed springs. He looks in 5 minutes later and she's either zonked out or doing a world-class acting. He boots up his laptop and goes to where he left off. Can't write today, he thinks. Not with everything that's going on. Not with that girl in the other room. The one who may wake up and decide she wants to get the hell away from here and me. Only he's thinking about pills, wet washcloth treatment for panic attacks, and how it worked on Alice. Sort of a miracle, really. But that wasn't Clay Briggs' only miracle cure, was it? Smiling, Billy begins to write. The prose seems flat at first, ragged, but then he starts to get the rhythm. Soon he's not thinking of Alice at all. Clay Briggs, Hill, was a corpsman, first class. He worked on everyone who needed working on, but he was hot nine from top to toe. He was small and wiry, thinning hair, beaky nose, little rimless glasses that he was always polishing. He had a peace sign on the front of his helmet. And for a week or so before the CO made him take it off, a sticker on the back that said, "Never mind the milk, got pussy?" Panic attacks were common as Phantom Fury went on and on and on. Marines were supposed to be immune from things like that, but of course weren't. Guys would start rasping for breath, doubling over, sometimes falling down. Most were good little jarheads who wouldn't admit to being scared, so they said it was the smoke and dust, because those things were constant. Bill would agree with them and just the dust, just the smoke. Wet washcloth put over their faces, breathe through that, he'd say. It'll clear the crap out of you and you'll be able to breathe fine. He had cures for other things too. Some were bullshit and some were not. But they all worked, at least some of the time. Thumping when the swelling with the side of the boot to make them disappear. He called it the Bible cure. Pinching your nose shut and singing "ah" for hiccups and coughing fits. Breathing Vicks vapor rub steam to stop up bloody noses. Silver dollar rubbed on eyeballs to cure keratitis. Most of this shit is pure hill country folk medicine learned from my grandma. He told me once. I use what works, but mostly it works because I tell him it works. Then he asked me how my tooth was, because I had one in the back that had been giving me trouble. I said it hurt like blue fuck. Well, I can take care of that, my brother, he said. I've got a rattlesnake rattle in my back pocket. Bought it on eBay. You go on and stick it between your cheek and gums back there, suck on it a while, and your tooth is going to quiet right down. I told him I would pass, and he said that was good because the rattle was way at the bottom of his pack, and he'd have to dump all his shit out to get it, if it was even still there. That was All these years later, I wonder if it would have worked. I eventually had that tooth pulled. Phil's most amazing cure, that I saw anyway, was in August of '04. It was the slack time between Operation Vigilant Resolve in April and Phantom Fury, the big one, in November. During those months, the American politicians had their own panic attack. Instead of letting us go in full bore, they decided to give the Iraqi police and military one more chance to clean out the Mujahideen themselves and restore order. The big Iraqi politicians said it would work, but they were all in Baghdad. In Fallujah, a lot of the police and military were Mujahideen. During that period, we mostly stayed out of the city. For 6 weeks in June and July, we weren't even there. We were in Ramadi, which was relatively quiet. Our job when we did go into Fallujah was to win hearts and minds. This means our translators, our Terps, made nice on our behalf with the mullahs and community leaders instead of bawling, "Come out, you pig fuckers," through loudspeakers as we drove rapidly through the city streets. I was expecting to get shot at or blown up by an RPG. We gave out candy and toys and Superman comic books to the kids, along with flyers for them to take home. Talking about all the services the government could provide and the insurgency couldn't. Kids ate the candy, traded the comics, and threw away the flyers. During Phantom Fury, we stayed in what came to be known as Fallujah, after Lollapalooza, for days at a time, sleeping when we could on rooftops with Overwatch on our 4 main corners of the compass, keeping an eye out for Mooj creeping up on other rooftops, ready to do damage and inflict hurt. It was like the death of 1,000 cuts. We took in hundreds of RPGs and other weaponry. Morning, Will. Hi, Lacey. How are you guys? Yep, duckies. Lots of duckies. You guys are welcome to jump in the pool if you have the game. Private pool party. Welcome to bye. During that summer, though, our patrols were almost like a 9-to-5 job. On days when we went in to win hearts and minds, we'd leave when the sun was up and head back base before it got dark. Even with the fighting in a lull, you didn't want to be in Lollapalooza after dark. One day when we were coming back, we saw a Mitsubishi Eagle station wagon overturned on the side of the road, still smoking. Front end was blown off. The driver's door was open and there was blood on what was left of the windshield. Fuck me. That's the Lieutenant Colonel's ride, Big Clue said. There was a CSH tent set up at the base. Combat Surgical Hospital without sides. It was actually more of a pavilion with a couple of big fans set up at either end. It was over 100 degrees that day. About like usual, in other words. We could hear Jameson screaming.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain
waffles.
damage.
Phil went running, flipping off his pack as he went. The rest of us followed. There were 2 other patients in the tent, clearly fucked up with their own shit, but not as divinely fucked up as Jameson, because they were on their feet. One had his arm in a sling, the other had a bandage wound around his head. Jameson was lying on a cot with stuff. I think they call it Ringer's lactate running into his arm. This place where his left foot used to be had a pressure bandage on it, but his foot was gone. Lieutenant Colonel, you ain't got no foot. And the bandage was already bleeding through. His left cheek was torn open and that eye was bleeding and all crooked in its socket. Rubber ducky, you're the one. I could get one. I could put it on there. I'm pretty sure that's EMCA thing. Maybe I can find a remix somewhere. Give you guys a sound bite for it. It is. A couple of grunts were holding him down while the medic tried to get him to swallow some morphine tabs, but the lieutenant colonel was having none of it. He kept twisting his head from side to side, his good eye bulging and terrified. It landed on Pill. Hurts, he yelled. There was nothing of the old bossy, but sometimes funny LC in him. The pain had swallowed all that. Hurts. Oh my fucking God, it fucking hurts. Dust-off's on the way, one of the medics said. Take it easy, swallow these, you'll feel better. Jameson raised one bloody hand and swatted the pills away. Johnny Caps chased after them and picked them up. Hurts, hurts, hurts. Bill dropped to his knees beside the cot. Listen to me, sir. I got a cure for the pain. Better than the morph. Jameson's eye rolled towards Pill, but I didn't think it was seeing anything. Briggs, is that you? Yes, sir. Corman Briggs. You gotta sing. That hurts. This hurts so bad. You gotta sing. bypasses the pain. It's true, sir, Taco said, but he gave me a look that said, what the fuck? Here we go, Phil said. He started to sing. He had a good voice. If you go down to the woods today, now you hurts. Phil took him by the right shoulder. Jameson's shirt was shredded on the other side. Blood was oozing through. Sing it and you'll feel better, guaranteed. I'll give it to you one more time. If you go down to the woods today, the lieutenant colonel croaked. Then the teddy bear's picnic, you'll have to be fucking shitting. No, sing it. Pill Roller looked around. Somebody help me. Who knows the fucking song? It so happened I knew it because my mother used to sing it to my sister when she was just a baby, over and over till Kathy went to sleep. I couldn't sing it for shit, but I sang. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down to the woods today, better go in disguise. Jameson finished, still croaking. Fucking right, you better. For every bear that's there ever was will gather there for certain. The man with the bandage around his head joined in. He had a lovely, strong baritone. Because today is the day the teddy bears have their picnic. Give it to me, Lieutenant Colonel, Phil said, still kneeling beside him. Because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. Jameson said most of it, but sang the first syllable of picnic the way the man in the bandage on his head had sung it, drawing it out long, and Johnny Caps dropped the morphine tabs into his mouth. Bombs away. Phil turned his head to look at the rest of the Hot Nine. He was like a fucked up band leader encouraging audience participation. If you go down to the woods today, come on, everybody. So the members of the Hot Nine sang the first verse of Teddy Bear's Picnic to Lieutenant Colonel Jameson, most of them just faking it until about the third time around. By then they had the words. The two wounded men joined in. Corman joined in. On the fourth repetition, Jameson sang it right through with sweat pouring down his face. People were running toward the tent to see what was going on. Pain's less, Jameson gasped. Morph's kicking in, Albie Stark said. Not that. Again, please, again. One more time, Pill said, and put some feeling into it. It's a picnic, not a fucking funeral. What's this game about? This is Placid Plastic Duck. And that pretty much sums up the game. You get to pick and choose a duck and just hang out in the pool. Green, glowy, toxic. Here. A little puffer duck. Based off of a puffer fish and a duck. You're basically just rubber ducks floating in a pool. But it's a decent game to use as a backdrop while I read Stephen King. So, welcome to join in if you have the game. I'll give you the name and and drop into the pool and be a duck. The rest of the days. Yes, I do like the ducks. Well, this game is very calm, very relaxing, very chill. You get the sounds of the ocean, you get the sounds of the pool, you get the sound of ducks. That duck's hat. Head pop. And one duck meows like a cat. So we saying, if you go down to the woods today, you're assured of a big surprise. The jarheads who come to see what was going on also joined in. By the time Jameson passed out, there must have been 4 dozen of us singing that foolish fucking song at the top of our lungs. We didn't hear the Black Hawk coming in to take Lieutenant Colonel Jameson uprange until it was swooping up dirt and practically on top of us. Never forgot. Ken, what are you doing? Billy looks around, startled out of his dream, and sees Alice Maxwell standing in the bedroom door. Her bruises are stark against her white skin. The left eye is puffed half shut, making him think of the LC lying in that hot tent where the fans did jack shit, even running at top speed. Her hair is all bedhead. Nothing, playing a video game. He hits save, then turns off the laptop and shuts the lid. That was a lot of typing for a video game. Do you want something to eat? She considers the idea. Do you have any soap? Soup? I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat anything too chewy. I think I bit the inside of my cheek. It must have been while I was blacked out, because I don't remember doing it. Tomato or chicken noodle? Chicken noodle, please. That's a good call, because he has 2 cans of chicken noodle soup in the pantry nook, and only 1 of tomato. He heats the soup and ladles out a bowl for each of them. He asks for seconds and maybe a piece of buttered bread. He softs it in the chicken broth, and when she sees him looking at her over his own empty bowl, she offers a guilty smile. I'm a pig when I'm hungry. Well, my mother always said so. She's not here. Thank God. She'd call me crazy. I probably am crazy. She told me I'd get in trouble if I went away, and she was right. First I'd date a rapist. Now I'm in an apartment with a... Go on, you can say it. He wanted me to stay in Kingston and go to hairdressing school, like my sister. Gary makes good money. Gary makes good money. He said, I could too. Why did you want to go to business school here? I don't get that. It was the cheapest that I was still It was the cheapest that was still good. Are you done? Yes. He takes their bowls and spoons to the sink, self-consciously pulling the t-shirt away from her bottom as soon as her hands are free. You can tell by the way she walks that she's still in a fair amount of pain. He thinks he should get her to sing the first verse of Teddy Bear's Picnic. Or they could sing it together, a duet. What are you smiling about? Nothing. It's how I look, isn't it? Like I was in a prize fight. No, just something I remembered from when I was in the service. Her clothes might be dry now. Probably. But she sits down again, as she is. Did someone pay you to shoot that man? They did, didn't they? Billy thinks of the $500,000. Minus his walking around money. That's safe in an offshore bank. Then he thinks of the $1.5 million that hasn't been paid. It's complicated. Alice offers a thin smile, tight lips with no teeth. What isn't? She flicks through the cable channels on his TV, working her way up. She stops for a bit on TCM, where Fred Astaire is dancing with Ginger Rogers. Then moves on. She watches an infomercial for beauty products for a little while, then turns it off. What are you doing? She asks. Waiting, Billy thinks. Nothing else to do. Can't work on his story with her in the room. He'd feel self-conscious, and besides, he'd want to know what he was writing. He thinks that of all the strange events in his life, there have been quite a few. This time on Pearson Street may be the strangest. What's out back? A little yard, then a drainage ditch and some scrappy trees growing around it, then some buildings that might be storage sheds, maybe from when the train still stopped over there. He gestures to the periscope window, now curtained. The rain is calming down. The rain is coming down in buckets again, and there's nothing to see out there. The sheds are abandoned now, I think. This has got to be the deadest neighborhood in the whole city. Billy thinks of telling her that dead, like unique, is a word that cannot, by its nature, be modified. He doesn't, because she's right. She stares at the blank TV. I don't suppose you have Netflix. As a matter of fact, he does. On one of his cheap laptops. But then realizes there's something better. The Jensens do. The people upstairs. And there's popcorn, unless they ate it all. I bought it myself. Let me see if my skirt is dry. He goes into the bathroom and shuts the door. And hears the lock turn. Tells Billy that he is still very much on probation. When she comes out, she's wearing the denim skirt and the black keys tee. They go upstairs while he figures out how to find Netflix on the Vincent's television, which is 4 times as big as the one Billy has downstairs. Alice peers out their bedroom window at the backyard. There's a barbecue, she says, coming back. It's uncovered, all sitting in a puddle. The whole backyard is a puddle. Billy gives her a controller. Spends a few minutes spinning through the choices and asks Billy if he likes the Blacklist. Never seen it. Then we'll start at the beginning. The premise of the show is ridiculous, but Billy gets into it because its main character, Red Reddington, is amusing and resourceful. Always one step ahead, as Billy wishes he would. They watch 3 episodes while the rain pelts down outside. Billy makes popcorn in the Jensen's microwave and they both pig out on it. Alice washes the bowl and puts it in the drainer. I can't watch anymore or I'll get a headache, he says. You can if you want to. I think I'll go back downstairs. Casual, no big deal, like we're roommates. Sharing a duplex, Billy thinks. We could be sitcom people. The existential couple. He tells her he's also had enough for now. Although he thinks he wouldn't mind going back for more Red another time. He locks the Jensen's apartment and they go back to Billy's. After the popcorn, neither of them wants dinner. They watch the news and eat pudding cups instead. Total junk food-a-thon, Alice says. My mother, don't start. The assassination of Joel Allen is no longer the lead story. There's been a gas explosion in Pennsylvania, across the border in Mississippi. 3 dead and 2 more badly injured. Also, the turnpike west of Red Bluff has been temporarily closed because of flooding. How long are you going to stay here? Alice asks. Billy has been mulling this over himself. With the people looking for him, local cops, FBI, possibly Nick's hardballs, think he's gone to ground in the city, they may think he'll stay hidden for 5 or 6 days, maybe a week. He needs to stay on Pearson Street long enough to make them believe that he slipped out right after the shot. After all, if Alice doesn't complicate things by running away, that is. 4 more days, maybe 5. Can you do that, Alice? Is it the first time he's used her name? Can't remember. I saw how much that pill cost, he says. If I stay, can we call it square? He might be decking him, but he doesn't think so. He has wounds to lick, and she's decided he's not dangerous. At least not to her. Although she did lock the bathroom door when she was putting on her clothes. So there's still a trust issue. If he tries to persuade himself otherwise, he'd be kidding himself. Yes, we can call it square. They have their first fight at 10:30 that night. It's over who's going to sleep in the bed and who's going to sleep on the couch. Billy insists that she take the bed. Says he'll be fine on the couch. That's sexist. Sleeping on the couch is sexist? Are you kidding me? Being a manly man is sexist. You're too long for it. Your feet will hang on the floor. I'll put them here. He pats the arm of the couch. Then all the blood will run out of your legs and they'll go to sleep. You were... He hesitates, looking for the right word. Attack. You need to rest. You need sleep. You want the couch because you think if I'm out here in the living room, I can run away. Which I'm not going to do. We've got a deal. Yes, Billy thinks. And if she keeps it, we need to talk about how she's going to handle the questions once I'm gone. He wonders if Alice knows what Stockholm Syndrome is. If she doesn't, he'll have to explain it. We'll flip a coin. He takes a quarter out of his pocket. Alice holds out her hand. I'll flip it. I don't trust you. You're a criminal. Not wrong. That makes him laugh. She doesn't, but at least she smiles a little. Billy thinks it would be a good one if she really let go. He hands her the quarter. He tells him to call it in the air, then flips it like someone with expertise. He calls tails. He always calls tails. Learned it from Taco. And tails it is. You take the bed, Billy says, and she doesn't argue. In fact, she looks relieved. She's still walking very carefully. Closes the bedroom door. The light beneath it goes out. Billy takes off his shoes, pants, and shirt. Lies down on the couch. He reaches behind him and turns out the lamp. Very quietly from the other room, she calls, "Good night." "Good night," he calls back. Yes. I'll take just a moment here to stand up, walk around, stretch my legs. We'll get into chapter 15 in a moment. Billy's back in Fallujah, and the baby shoe is gone. He and Pill and Taco and Albie Stark are behind an overturned taxi. The rest of the 9 behind a burned out bakery truck. Albie is lying with his head in Taco's lap while Pill tries to patch him up, which is a fucking joke. All the doctors in the Mayo Clinic couldn't patch him up. Taco's lap is a pond of blood. It's nothing, just clip me, Albie said when the Hajis ambushed them and the 4 of them ducked behind the overturned Corolla. His hand was pressed against the side of his neck, but he was smiling. Then the blood began spurting through his fingers, and he started gasping. Heavy fire is pouring at them from a house, 2 down from the corner. There are mooge in that upstairs windows and more on the roof. Bullets going poink, poink, poink into the taxi's undercarriage. TAC has called in air support and shouts to the others behind the bakery truck that a gunship is inbound. A couple of Hellfire missiles will shut those fucks up. 2 minutes, maybe 4. And Phil's on his knees with his dusty ass up and his hands pressed to the sides of Albie's neck. But the claret keeps flowing. A fresh squirt with every beat of Albie's heart. And Billy sees the truth in Taco's wide eyes. George Donk, Johnny, Bigfoot, and Clue are returning fire from behind the truck because they can see that those guys on the roof have almost got the angle on Billy and the others behind the taxi. It's scant cover and lethal geometry. Maybe they can hold out until the Cobra arrives with the Hellfires. Maybe not. Billy looks around for the baby shoe, thinking he might have lost it just a minute ago. Thinking it might be close. Thinking if he can grab it, everything will be magically okay. It'll be like singing the Teddy Bear's Picnic, but it's not close, and he knew it wouldn't be close, but looking means he doesn't have to look at Albie, who is now breathing his final rasping, gasping breaths, trying to take in all the world he can before he leaves it. And Billy wonders what he's seeing and what he will see when he makes it to the other side. Pearly gates and golden shores, or just black nothing. And Johnny Caps is yelling from behind the truck, yelling, "Leave him, leave him, leave him, and get back here." But they won't leave him because you don't do that. You leave none behind. That was Drill Sergeant Uppington's biggest fucking rule. And the shoe isn't there. The shoe is nowhere. He lost it, and their luck went with it. And Albie's going, almost gone. Those terrible gasps for breath, and there's a hole in his boot. Billy realizes it's bleeding. He got shot in the fucking foot. Billy bolts up so fast he almost falls off the couch. It's Pearson Street, not Fallujah. And that's not Albie Stark gasping for breath. He hurries into the bedroom and finds Alice sitting up in bed with one hand grasping her throat. Horribly like Albie when Albie at first thought the bullet just clipped him. Her eyes are wide and full of panic. Wash, whoop, cloth, whoop. He goes into the bathroom and gets one. Wets it down without waiting for the tap to run warm. Comes back and drapes it over her face. Glad to cover her eyes so wide they look ready to fall out of their sockets and dangle on her cheeks. Keeps gasping. He sings the first line of Teddy Bear's Picnic to her. Whoop, whoop, is his answer. Give it back to me, Alice. Sing. It'll open you up if you go down to the woods today. If you go down to the woods today, gasp after every 2 or 3 words. You're sure of a big surprise. Underneath the washcloth, Alice shakes her head. He grasps her shoulder, the bruised one, knowing he's hurting her but doing it anyway. Anything to get through to her. All in one breath. You're sure of a big surprise. You're sure? Big surprise. Whoop. Not perfect, but not bad. Now both lines together. Put some feeling into it. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. With me, a duet. She does it with him. Her half of the duet muffled by the wet washcloth. When a crescent of mouth-shaped shadow appears each time she inhales. He sits beside her as her breathing finally begins to ease. He puts an arm around her shoulders. You're all right. You're okay. Takes the washcloth off her face. Locks the damp, dark hair are stuck to her forehead. What's that song? Teddy Bear's Picnic. Does it always work? Yes. Unless that is, half of your throat has been blown out. I need to have it on my phone. Then she remembers shit. My phone is gone. I'll put it on one of my laptops. Points to the living room. Why do you have so many? What are they for? Verisimilitude. That means I know what it means. Part of your disguise. Like the wig and the fake belly. She uses the heel of her hand to brush the damp locks off her forehead. I dreamed he was choking me. Trip. Thought he was going to choke me to death. He was saying, "Get them panties down," in this funny growling voice. It wasn't like his regular voice. Then I woke up, and you couldn't breathe. She nods. Have you ever seen a movie called Deliverance? Guy's on a canoe trip. He looks at him as if he's gone crazy. No. What's that got to do with the price of tea in China? Get them panties down is a line from the movie. Touches marks on the side of her neck very lightly. Your dream was a recovered memory. That's possibly the last thing you heard before you went all the way out. Not just from whatever he put in your drink, but because he choked you. Luckily, he didn't kill you. It probably would have been on purpose, but you'd have been just as dead. You go down to the woods today, you're in for a big surprise. Okay, what's the rest of it? I don't remember the whole song. But the first verse goes like this. If you go down to the woods today, you're in for a big surprise. If you go down to the woods today, you better go in disguise. Your mother never sang that to you? My mother didn't sing. You have a good voice. You say so. They sit together for a little bit. She's breathing okay again. And now that the crisis has passed, Billy becomes aware that she's wearing only her Black Keys t-shirt, which she somehow missed throwing up on. And he's in his boxers. He gets up. You'll be okay now. Don't go. Not yet. He sits down again. She moves over. Billy lies down beside her. Tense at first, his arm behind him for a makeshift pillow. Tell me why you killed that guy. Pause. Please. It's not exactly a bedtime story. I want to hear. To understand, because you don't seem like a bad guy. I've always told myself I'm not, Billy thinks. The recent events have certainly called that into question. He glances guiltily at the picture of Dave the flamingo on the nightstand. What gets said here stays here. He gives him a tentative smile. It's a fucked up bedtime story, but he tells it to her. Starting with Frank McIntosh and Paul Logan, coming to pick him up at the hotel. Thinks about changing the names, as he did at first in the story he'd been writing, and then decides there's little point. He knows Ken Hoff's from the news, ditto Giorgio's. He makes one exception. Nick Majarian becomes Benji Thompson, knowing his name might make life dangerous for her later on. He thought saying everything out loud might clarify things in his own mind. That didn't happen. But her breathing is easy and she's calm. The story did that much anyways. After thinking it over, she says, this guy Benji Thompson hired you? But who hired him? I don't know. And why get the other guy, Hoff, involved? Couldn't one of these gangsters have found you a gun and not get caught doing it? Because Hoff owns the building, I suppose. The one I took the shot from? Well, he did own it. Building where you had to wait for however long? Embedded, like? Embedded, he thinks. Yes, like the reporters who came and went in Iraq. Putting on almost putting on armor and helmets, then taking them off when their stories were filed and they could go back home. It wasn't too long. It seems awfully complicated. It does to Billy too. I think I can go back to sleep now. Without looking at him, she adds, "You can stay if you want." Billy, wary that his body might betray him again, below the waist, says he thinks he better go back to the couch. Maybe Alice understands because she gives him a look and a nod, then turns on her side and closes her eyes. In the morning, Alice tells him they're almost out of milk and Cheerios, and Cheerios are no good dry. Like I didn't know that, Billy thinks. He suggests eggs and she says there's only one left. I don't know why you only bought half a dozen. Because I wasn't expecting company, Billy thinks. I know you weren't expecting to feed two. I'll go down to Zoni's. They'll have milk and eggs. If you went to the Harps on Pine Plaza, you could get some pork chops or something. We could grill them on the barbecue out back, if it ever stops raining. And some salad, the kind that comes in bags. It isn't that far away. Billy's first thought is that she's trying to get rid of him so she can do a runner. Then he looks at the yellowing bruises on her cheek and forehead, her swollen nose just beginning to go down, and thinks, no, just the opposite. She's settling in. Needs to stay, at least for the present. It would seem crazy to someone on the outside, but in here, it makes sense. He might have died in the gutter, not for him. And he showed no signs of wanting to re-rape her. On the contrary, he went out and got her the emergency pill in case one of those assholes impregnated. Also, there's the leased Ford Fusion to think about. It's waiting for him on the other side of town. It's time to bring it over here so he can leave for Nevada as soon as he feels it's safe. Besides, he likes Alice. He likes the way she's coming back. She's had a couple of panic attacks, sure, but who wouldn't have panic attacks after being drugged and gang raped? She hasn't talked about going back to school. She hasn't mentioned friends or acquaintances who might be concerned about her. And she hasn't fretted about calling her mother. Or maybe her sister, the hairdresser. He thinks that Alice is in a space of hiatus. She's put her life on pause while she tries to figure out what should come next. Billy is no psychiatrist. Tries to figure out what should come. Billy is no psychiatrist, but he has an idea that might actually be healthy. Those fucks, Billy thinks, and not for the first time, assholes who'd rape an unconscious girl. Who does that? Okay, grocery. You'll stay here, right? Right. As if it's a foregone conclusion. I'm going to have cereal with the last of the milk. You can have the egg. Gives him an uncertain look. That's all right. We can do it the other way around if it's not. They're your supplies after all. That's fine. Will you help me with my stomach again after breakfast? That makes her laugh. It's the first one. Or we'll open it and it's in +1 symbol. It's I'm assuming that has board. Or, while they eat, he asks if she knows what Stockholm syndrome. He doesn't, so he explains. If I get spotted by the police and picked up, they'll come here. Tell them you're afraid to leave. I am, but not because I'm afraid of you. I don't want people to see me like that. I don't want people to see me at all. At least for a while. Besides, you won't get picked up. With that stuff on, you look a lot different. He raises an admonitory finger. But what? You need an umbrella. Because a wig always looks like a wig in the rain. Water beads up on it. Real hair just gets wet. Kind of camps down. I don't have none. There's one in the Jensen's closet by the door as you go in. When did you look in the closet? While you were making the popcorn? Women like to see what other people have. She looks at him across the kitchen table. Her with her Cheerios and with his egg. Did you really not know that? The umbrella does more than keep the rain off his blonde wig. It shields his face and makes him feel a little bit less like a bug on a microscope slide as he leaves the house and starts walking towards the nearest bus stop. He can completely relate to how Alice feels because he feels the same. Going to the drugstore was nerve-wracking, but this is worse because he's going farther. He could walk to Pine Plaza. It's fairly close, and the rain is slacked off, but he can't walk all the way across town. And something else. Closer he gets to leaving this city, the more he dreads being captured before he can do it. Never mind the cops and Nick's men. What if he meets someone from his David Lockridge? He imagines rounding a corner in Harps with his little shopping basket over the arm and coming face to face with Paul Raglan or Pete Fazio. You might not recognize him, but a woman would. Never mind what Alice said about him looking different with his wig and fake belly. Bill would. Green Ackerman would. Even Tipsy Jane Kellogg would, even if she was drunk. He's sure of it. He understands such a meeting is statistically unlikely. Such things happen all the time. Journeys end in lovers meeting. Every wise man's son doth know. He examined the online bus schedule before leaving and waits for the number 3 at Rampart Street. Standing under the bus shelter with 3 others, collapsing the umbrella because leaving it open would look weird. None of the others look at him. They're all looking at their phones. He has a bad moment in the parking garage when the fusion won't start, and remembers he has to have his foot on the brake pedal. Duh, he thinks. He drives to Pine Plaza, both enjoying the feeling of being behind the wheel again and paranoid about getting in a fender bender or attracting the attention of the police. 2 cruisers pass him on the 3-mile trip in some other way. At Harps he buys meat, milk, eggs, bread, crackers, bag salad, dressing, and some canned goods. He doesn't meet anyone he knows, and really, why would he? Evergreen Street is in Midwood, and people who live in Midwood shop at the Save Mart. Pays for his groceries with his Dalton Smith MasterCard and drives back to Pearson Street. He parks at the crumbling driveway beside the house and goes downstairs with his groceries. The apartment is empty. Alice is gone. 6. He purchased a couple of cloth shopping bags to put his groceries in. Barbson Hometown Fresh printed on them, and they sag almost to the floor as he looks at the empty living room and kitchen. The bedroom door is open and he can see that's empty too. But he calls her name anyway, thinking she might be in the bedroom. Except that door is also open, and if she was in there, she'd close it, even with him gone. He knows this. He isn't scared exactly. It's more like, what? Is he hurt? Disappointed? I guess I am, he thinks. Stupid, but there it is. You reconsidered her options, that's all. You knew it could happen, or you should have. He goes into the kitchen and puts the bags on the counter. These are breakfast dishes in the drainer. He sits down to think about what he should do next and sees a paper towel anchored to the sugar bowl. On it she's written 2 words, out back. Okay, he thinks, and lets out a long breath. Just out back. Billy puts away the stuff that needs to go in the fridge, then goes out the front door and around the house. Once more using the umbrella, Alice has moved the barbecue out of the puddle. She's scrubbing away at the grill. Her back to him. He must have raided the Jensen's front closet again because the green raincoat she's wearing has to belong to Dawn. Goes all the way down to her calves. Alice? She yells and jumps, almost knocks the grill over. He reaches out to steady her. Scare a person, why don't you? He says, then whoops in a big breath. I'm sorry, didn't mean to creep up on you. Well, whoop, you did. Give me the first line of Teddy Bears. Picnic. Only half joking. I don't, whoop, remember it. If you go down to the woods today, he raises his hands and wiggles his fingers in a come on gesture. If you go down to the woods today, you're in for a big surprise. Did you get some stuff? I did. Pork chops? Yes. At first, I thought you were gone. Well, I'm not. Don't suppose you got any scrubbies, did you? Because this is the last one from upstairs and it's pretty well done in. Scrubbies weren't on the list. I didn't know you were going to be on a cleaning binge in the rain. He closes the lid of the barbecue and looks at him with a hopeful expression. Want to watch some more Blacklist? Yes, he says. So that's what they do. 3 more episodes between the second and third. He goes to the window and says, it's stopping. The sun's almost out. I think we can barbecue tonight. Did you remember the salad? This is going to work, Billy thinks. It shouldn't. It's crazy. But it's going to work. For as long as it has to. The sun comes out that afternoon, but slowly, as if it doesn't really want to. Alice grills the chops. And although they're a little burned outside and a little pink in the middle, not much of a cook, sorry, she says. Billy eats all of his and then gnaws the bone. It's good, but the salad is better. He doesn't realize how starved he's been for greens until he starts in on them. They go upstairs and watch some more Blacklist, but she's restless, moving from the couch to the seat. Moving from the couch to the seat sprung up easy chair. That must be Don Jensen's roost when he's home. Then back to the couch again. Billy reminds himself that she's seen all 3 episodes before, probably with her mother and sister. He's getting a little bored with it himself, now that he's figured out Red Reddington's shtick. Got to leave some money, she says, when they turn the TV off and get ready to go back downstairs for the Netflix. Billy says he will, although he guesses that thanks to their windfall, Don and Bev don't exactly need financial help. She tells him it's his turn for the bed, and after a night on the couch, he doesn't argue the point. He's asleep almost at once, but some deep part of his brain must have already trained itself to listen for her panic attacks, because he comes wide awake at 2:15, hearing her whoop for breath. He's left the door ajar in case of this. He reaches it, then stops with his hand on the knob. She's singing very softly. If you go down to the woods today, goes through the first verse twice. Her gasps for breath come further apart, then stop. Billy goes back to the bed. Neither of them knows, no one does, that a rogue virus is going to shut down America and most of the world in half a year. But by their 4th day in the apartment, Billy and Alice are getting a preview of what sheltering in place will be like. On that 4th morning, a day before Billy has decided to set sail into the Golden West, he is doing his sprints up to the 3rd floor and back. Alice has neated up the apartment, which hardly needed it since neither of them is particularly messy. With that done, she subsides to the couch. When Billy comes in, out of breath from half a dozen stair sprints, she's watching a cooking show on TV. Rotisserie chicken, he says. Looks good. Why make it at home when you can buy one just as good at the supermarket? Alice turns off the TV. Wish I had something to read. Could you download a book for me? Maybe a detective story on one of those cheap laptops? Not yours? Billy doesn't answer. An idea, audacious and frightening, has come into his head. He misreads his expression. I didn't look at anything. I just know it's yours because the case is scratched. The others look brand new. Billy isn't thinking. He tried to snoop in his computer. He'd never get past the password prompt. Anyway, he's thinking of the M151 spotter scope and how he didn't explain its purpose because what he was writing was only for himself. No one else would ever read it. Only now there is someone. And what harm can it do? Considering what she knows about him already. But it could do harm, of course, to him. If she didn't like it, if she said it was boring and asked for something more interesting, what's going on with you? He asked. You look weird. Nothing. I mean, I've been writing something, kind of a life story. Don't suppose you'd want to? Yes. 9. He can't bear to watch her sitting with his Mac Pro on her lap, reading the words he wrote here in Gerard Tower. So he goes upstairs to the Jensen, to spritz Daphne and Walter. He puts a 20 on the kitchen table with a note that says for Netflix, and then just walks around, paces around actually like an expectant father in an old cartoon. He looks at the Ruger in the drawer of Don's nightstand, picks it up, puts it back, closes the drawer. It's ridiculous to be nervous. He's a business school student, not a literary critic. She's probably sleepwalked through her high school English courses, happy with B's and C's. Very likely the only thing she knows about Shakespeare is that his name rhymes with kick in the rear. Billy understands he's downplaying her intelligence to protect his ego in case she doesn't like it. And he understands that's stupid because her opinion shouldn't matter. The story itself shouldn't matter. He's got more important things to deal with, but it does. Finally goes back downstairs. She's still reading. But when she looks up from the screen, he's just alarmed to see her eyes are red. The lid's puffy. What's wrong? Wipes her nose with the heel of her hand. A childish gesture. Oddly winning. Did that really happen to your sister? Did that man really stomp her to death? You didn't make that up. No, it happened. Suddenly he feels like crying himself. Although he didn't cry when he wrote it. Is that why you saved me? Because of her? I saved you because if I'd left you in the street, the cops would have eventually come here. Except that's not all. Do we ever tell ourselves all of it? I don't know. I'm sorry that happened to you. Alice began to cry. I felt what happened to me was bad, but what happened to you was bad. What happened to her was worse. Did you really shoot him? Yes. Good. Good. And you got to and you got put in a home? Yes. You can stop if it's upsetting you. But he doesn't want her to stop. And he's not sorry for upsetting her. He's glad he's reached her. He grips the laptop as if afraid he might pull it away. I want to read the rest. Then almost accusingly, why haven't you been doing this instead of watching a stupid TV show upstairs? Self-conscious. All right, I get that. I feel the same, so stop looking at me. Let me read. He wants to thank her for crying, but that would be weird. Instead, he asks her what her sizes are. My sizes? Why? There's a Goodwill store close to Harps. I could get you a couple of pairs of pants and some shirts. Maybe a pair of sneakers. You don't want me to watch you reading, and I don't want to watch you do it. And you have to be tired of that skirt. He gives him an impish grin and makes her pretty, and it makes her pretty. or would, if not for the bruises. Not afraid to go outside without the umbrella. I'll take the car. Just remember, if the cops come back instead of me, you were afraid to leave. I said I'd find you and hurt you. You'll come back, Alice says, and writes down her sizes. He takes his time in the goodwill, wanting to give her time. He sees no one he knows, and no one pays particular attention to him. When he gets back, she's finished. What took him months to write has taken her less than 2 hours to read. She has questions. None are about the spotter scope. They're about the people, especially Ronnie and Glenn, that poor little one-eyed girl in the House of Everlasting Pain. She says she likes how he writes like a kid when he was a kid, but changed it up when he got older. She says he should keep writing. She says she'll go upstairs while he does it, watch TV, and then take a nap. I'm tired all the time. It's crazy. It's not. Your body is still working to get over what those fucks did to you. Alice stands in the doorway. Dalton? That's what she calls him, even though she knows his real name. Did your friend Taco die? A lot of people did before it was over. I'm sorry, he says. Closes the door behind her. 10. He writes. Her reaction lifts him. He doesn't spill many words on the slack time between April and November of 2004, when they were supposed to be winning hearts and minds, and won neither. He gives it a few more paragraphs, then goes to the part that still hurts. They were pulled back for a couple of days after Albie's death because there was talk of a ceasefire. And when the Hot 9, now the Hot 8, each of them with Albie S written on his helmet, got back to base, Billy looked everywhere for the baby chute, thinking he might have left it there. The others also looked, but it was nowhere to be found. And then they went back in, back to the job of clearing houses. And the first 3 were okay, 2 empty, and 1 inhabited only by a boy of 12 or 14, who raised his hands and screamed, "No gun, Americans, no gun, love New York, Yankees, no shoot." The 4th house was the fun house. Billy stops there for exercise. He thinks maybe he and Alice will stay on Pearson Street a little longer, maybe 3 more days, until he finishes with the fun house and what happened there. He wants to write that losing the baby chute made no difference in one way or another. Of course it didn't. He also wants to write that his heart still doesn't believe it. He does a few stretches before running up and down the stairs. Because he can't go to a walk-in clinic. If he pops a hamstring, He hears no TV behind the Jensen's door, so Alice is probably sleeping and healing, he hopes. Although Billy doubts that any woman ever heals completely after being raped. It leaves a scar, and he guesses that on some days the scar aches. He guesses that even 10 years later, 20, 30, it still aches. Maybe it's like that. Maybe it's like something else. Maybe the only men who can know for sure are men who have been raped themselves. As he runs the stairs, he thinks about the men who did it to him. And they are men. He said that Trip Donovan is 24. And Billy guesses Jack and Hank, Donovan's raping roomies, must be about the same age. Men, not boys, battering. Comes back into the basement apartment, out of breath, but feeling loose and warm. Ready to get back at it for another hour, maybe even 2. Before he can get going, his laptop bings with a text message. It's from Bucky Hansen. Now hunkered down in the great wherever. No money has been transferred. Don't think it's going to happen. What are you going to do? Get it? Billy texts back. He's going to go after the money. Maybe a little punch. That night he sits beside Alice on the couch. She looks good in her black pants and striped shirt. When he turns off the TV and says he wants to talk to her, she looks frightened. Is it something bad? Billy shrugs. You tell me. He listens to him carefully, her wide eyes steady on his. When he finishes, she says, You would do that? Yes. They need a payback for what they did to you. But that's not the only reason. What men like that have done once, they'll do again. Maybe you're not even the first. You'd be taking a risk. It could be dangerous. He thinks of the gun on Don Jensen's nightstand and says, Probably not. Probably not very. You can't kill them. I don't want that. Tell me you won't kill them. The idea hasn't even crossed Billy's mind. They need to pay, but they also need to learn. And those who are obliterated are beyond lessons. No, he says, no killing. And I don't really care about Jack and Hank. They weren't the ones who pretended to like me and got me to come to that apartment. Billy says nothing, but he does care about Jack and Hank, assuming they participated. And based on what he saw when she was undressed, he's sure that at least one of them did. Probably both. But I care about Trip. He puts a hand on it. If he was hurt, that would make me happy. Suppose that makes me a bad person. It makes you human. Bad people need to pay a bad price. And the price should be high. Chapter 16, 1. You could hear heavy, small arms fire and explosions in the other parts of the city. But until the shit hit the fan, our area in the Golan was relatively quiet. We cleared the first 3 houses in our section, Block Lima, with no trouble. 2 were empty. There was a kid in the 3rd one, not armed and not wired up to explode. We made him take off his shirt to be sure. We sent him to the police station with a couple of army guys who were headed that way with their own prisoners. We knew that kid would probably be back on the street by nightfall, because the cop shop was basically a turnstile. He was lucky to be alive at all because we were still red-assed about losing Albie Stark. Din Din actually raised his gun, but Big Clue pushed the barrel down and said to leave the kid alone. The next time we see him, he'll have an AK. George said, we ought to just kill them all. Fucking roaches. 4th house was the biggest on the block, a regular estate. It had a domed roof and a courtyard with palms on the inside to give it shade. Some rich Baptist's crib, no doubt. The whole thing was surrounded by a high concrete wall, painted with a mural of children playing ball and skipping rope, and running around while several women looked on. Probably with approval, but it was hard to tell because they were so bundled up in their abayas. There was also a man standing off to the side. Our Terp, Farid, said he was the Mutawayin. The women watched the children, Farid said, and the Mutawayin watched the women to make sure they did nothing that might incite lust. We all got a kick out of Farid because his accent made him sound like a Uper from Traverse City. Lots of the Terps sounded like Michiganders who knows why. That picture means this house. The Al Atfal the Kiddies come and play. So it's a fun house. Don't. No, they don't allow fun in the house, Farid said, just in the yard. Donk rolled his eyes and snickered, but no one laughed outright. We were still thinking of Albie and how it could have been any one of us. Come on, you guys, Taco said, let's get some. He handed Farid the bullhorn that had Good Morning Vietnam printed on the side in Sharpie and told him, "2." Billy snapped back from Fallujah by the sound of Alice running down the stairs. He burst into the apartment, hair flying out behind her. Someone's coming. I was spritzing the plants and saw the car turn into the driveway. One look on her face tells Billy not to waste time asking. If she's sure, he gets up and goes to the periscope window. Is it them? You think the Jensen's coming back early? I turned off the TV, but I had coffee. The place smells of it. And there's a plate on the counter. Crumbs. They'll know someone's been. Billy pushes the curtain back a few inches. He couldn't see the new car if it was able to pull all the way up. The angle was wrong. But because his leased Fusion is in the driveway, he can. It's a blue SUV with a scratch running down the side. For a moment, he doesn't know where he's seen it before. But it comes to him even before the driver gets out. It's Merton Richter, real estate agent who rented him the apartment. Did you lock the door? Billy jerks his chin upward. Alice shakes her head, her eyes big and scared, but maybe that's okay. It might be even if Richter tries the door and peeks in when there's no answer to his knock. The Jensens asked him to water the plants, after all, but he may be coming here. And Billy isn't wearing the wig, let alone the fake stomach. He's in a t-shirt and his workout shorts. The front door opens and they hear Richter step inside. The puke has been cleaned up, but will he detect the smell? It's not like they open the door to air out the foyer. Billy wants to see if Richter goes up to the Jensens, but knows he can't afford to. Turn on the computers. He sweeps his hand around, indicating the Altex and Christ, Richter isn't going up there. He's coming down here. You're my niece. That's all he has time for. He slams down the lid of the Mac Pro, runs for the bedroom, and shuts the door. As he crosses the bathroom, where the fake belly is hanging on the back of the door, he hears Richter knock. He'll have to open it because he'll know from the car in the driveway that someone's home. When she does, he'll see a young woman half Billy's age, bruised and still flushed from her run down the stairs. Only that's not the exercise Richter will think of first. This is bad. Billy puts the belly in the small of his back so he can cinch the strap, but he misses the buckle and the belly falls to the floor. He picks it up and tries again. This time he gets the strap in the buckle, but he pulls it too tight and can't turn his belly to his front, even when he sucks in his gut. When he loosens the trap, the fucking thing falls down again. Billy humps his head on the wash basin, Billy bumps his head on the wash basin, picks up the appliance, tells himself to calm down, and buckles the strap. He rotates the belly into position. Back in the bedroom, Billy can hear the murmurs of voices. Alice giggles. It sounds nervous rather than amused. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He yanks on the chinos and then the sweatshirt. Both because it's quicker than the button-up and because Alice was right. Fat guys think baggy clothes make them look less fat. Blonde wig is on the bureau. He grabs it and jams it on over his black hair. In the living room, Alice laughs again. He reminds himself not to say her name because for all Billy knows, she's given their visitor a false one. Takes 2 big breaths to calm himself. Puts on a smile that he hopes will look embarrassed, as if he's been caught doing the necessary, and opens the door. You have company, I see. Yes, Alice says. Turns to him with a smile on her lips and an expression of naked relief in her eyes. He says he rented you the apartment. Billy frowns, trying to remember, then smiles as it comes to him. Oh, yes, right, Mr. Richter. Richter, he says, and extends his hand. Billy shakes it, still smiling, trying to read what Richter is thinking. He can't, but Richter will have noticed the bruises on her face and her nervousness. Those are impossible to miss, as is Billy's hand, sweaty probably. I was in the, Billy points vaguely towards the bedroom and the bathroom beyond. Quite all right, Richter says. He looks at the screens of the Altex laptops, which are cycling through all sorts of preloaded clickbait. Wonders of acai berries. 2 weird little tips for erasing wrinkles. Doctors plead with you not to eat this vegetable. See what these 10 child stars look like now. So this is what you do? As a sideline. Earn most of my beer and Skittles doing IT work. Traveling around a lot. Don't I, dear? Yes, Alice says and gives another one of those jagged giggles. Richter slips her a quick side glance, and in it Billy sees whatever Alice may have told Richter while Billy was fumbling with the fucking fake stomach. The man believes that she's Dalton Smith's niece, like he believes the moon is made of green cheese. Fascinating stuff. Ending to squint at the screen that just changed from the dangerous vegetable corn, as it happens, which isn't even a real vegetable, to 10 famous unsolved murders. John Benet Ramsey eating the pack. It's fascinating. He straightens up and looks around. Like what you've done to the place. Alice has kneaded it up a bit, but otherwise it's the same as it was when he moved in. What can I do for you, Mr. Richter? Well, I just came to give you a little heads up, Richter recalled to business. Moves his tie and puts on a professional smile. A consortium called Southern Endeavor has bought up those storage sheds back there on Pond Street and the houses, the few that remain, here on Pearson Street, which includes this one. We're planning on a new shopping mall that should revitalize this whole section of town. Billy doubts that malls can revitalize anything in this age of the internet, including themselves. But he says nothing. Alice is calming down, and that's good. I'll just go into the bedroom and let you men talk. And does just that, closing the door behind her. Billy puts his hands in his pockets and rocks back and forth on his feet, making the fake stomach bulge a bit against the sweatshirt. Storage sheds and houses are going to be knocked down. Is that what you're telling me? Including this one, I assume? Yes, but you'll have 6 weeks to find new accommodations, Richter says. Says it as if conveying a great gift. 6 weeks is firm, I'm afraid. Give me a forwarding address before you move out, and I'll be happy to refund any rent that's owing. I'll have to tell the Jensens when I leave here. That could be harder because they've been here longer. Not for Billy to tell him that Don and Beverly will be looking for a new place anyway. Maybe to buy instead of to rent when they get back from their cruise. But he does tell Richter that the Jensens will be gone for a while, and he's been taking care of their plants. Me and my niece, that is. Very neighborly of you. And she's a lovely girl. Richter licks his lips, perhaps just to moisten them, perhaps not. Do you have a phone number for the Jensens? I do, it's in my wallet. Will you excuse me for just a sec? Of course. Alice is sitting on the bed and looking at him with big eyes. Most of the color has left her face, making the bruises even more prominent. What those eyes say, and how bad. Billy raises a hand and pats the air with it. Be cool, be cool. He gets his wallet and goes back into the living room, remembering to walk fat. Richter's bent over one of the Altecs, hands on knees, tie hanging down like a stopped pendulum, looking at the wonders of the avocado, nature's most perfect vegetable. It's actually a fruit. For one moment, Billy actually considers lacing his fingers together and bringing the hammer down on the back of Richter's neck. But when Richter turns, Billy just opens his wallet and holds out a slip of paper. Here it is. Richter takes the little pad from his inner pocket and jots down the number with a silver pencil. I'll give them a ringy-dingy. I can do it if you want. By all means. But I'll still have to call them anyway, myself. Part of the job. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Smith. I'll let you go back. His eyes flicked briefly to the bedroom, to whatever you were doing. I'll see you out. Pitching his voice lower, he says, I want to talk to you about. He tilts his head to the bedroom. None of my business, guys. This is the 21st century. I know, but it's not like that. They walk up the stairs to the foyer. Billy brings up the rear, puffing a little. Got to lose some weight. But in the club, Richter says. That poor kid's my sister Mary's girl. Mary's husband left her a year ago. And she picked up this loser. I think in a bar. Bob somebody. He's been after the girl and beat her up when she wouldn't come across for him. If you know what I mean. I get it. Richter's looking out the foyer door like he can't wait to get back to his car. Maybe the story makes him uncomfortable, Billy thinks, or maybe he just wants to get away from him. Here's the other piece. Mary's got quite the temper. Doesn't like anyone telling her business. Know the type, Richter says, still looking out the door. Know it very well. I keep my niece for a week, maybe 10 days. Let Sis cool down a bit, then take her back and talk to her about Bob. Got it. Wish you luck. Turns to Billy and offers a hand with a smile to go with it. Smile looks genuine. Richter may believe his story. On the other hand, he may be acting as if his life depends on it, which he might think it does. Billy gives him a good firm shake. Richter exclaims, women. Can't live with them, can't shoot them outside the state of Alabama. It's a joke, so Billy laughs. Richter lets go of his hand, opens the door and turns back. See, you shaved off the mustache. Startled, Billy raises 2 fingers to his upper lip. What he did was forget to put it on in haste. And maybe that's for the best. The mustache is tricky. It needs spirit gum to hold it. And if he applied it crooked, or the spirit gum showed, Richter would have known it was fake and wondered what the fuck. Got tired of picking food out of it, Billy says. Richter laughs. Billy can't tell if it's forced. It might be. I hear that, cuz. Loud and clear. He trots down the steps to his scratched SUV. Shoulders a bit hunched. Maybe because it's chilly this morning. Maybe because he's expecting Billy to put a bullet in the back of his neck. He gives away before getting in. Billy waves back. Then he hurries downstairs. Billy says, I'm going to visit your bad date today. Tomorrow I'm getting out of Dodge. Alice puts a hand to her mouth, but drops it when her index finger brushes against the swollen nose. Oh God, did he recognize you? My instinct says no, but he's observant. Notice I didn't have my mustache anymore. Jesus. He assumed I shaved it off, so it's okay. At least I think so. I'm willing to push my luck one more day. Did you give him a name? Brenda Collins. My best friend in high school. Did you give him a different one? No. Just called you my niece. I told him your mother's boyfriend beat you up because you wouldn't go to bed with him. That's good. It covers everything. Which doesn't mean he'll believe it. Stories are one thing, seeing is another. What he saw was a middle-aged fat man with a banged-up underage girl. Alice draws herself up, looking offended. Under other circumstances, it might have been funny. I'm 21, a legal adult. You get carded in bars? Well, Billy nods. Case closed. Maybe, Alice says. If you really mean to, well, confront Tripp. We shouldn't wait until tomorrow. Maybe we should go right now. Billy stares at her, simultaneously believing that pronoun or not believing it. And what's worse, she's looking at him like it's a foregone conclusion. Holy shit. Billy says, you really do have Stockholm Syndrome. I don't, because I'm not a hostage. I could have walked out any time from the Jensen's apartment. As long as I was quiet on the stairs, you would never have noticed, because you'd have been all wrapped up in your writing. Probably true, Billy thinks. And furthermore, Alice says it for him. If I was going to run away, I could have done it the first time you went out. Or the morning after. Pauses, then adds, plus, I gave him a false name. Because you were scared. Alice shakes her head vehemently. You were in the other room. I could have whispered that you were William Sumner, who killed that man in the courthouse. We would have been upstairs and in his car before you finished putting on that. Spokesman, the fake big belly. Can't go with me. It's nuts. Still, the idea is starting to down, like water in the dry earth. Can't go with him all the way to Vegas, but if they can work out a story that protects the Dalton Smith identity, which is now in dire peril, then maybe you could go by yourself if you leave Tripp and his friends alone. Because if anything happens to them, they'd connect it to me. Tripp and his friends, I mean. They wouldn't want to go to the police, but they might decide to hurt me. Billy has to hide a smile. Playing him. And doing a good job of it on short notice. This is quite a change from the puking, semi-conscious girl he fished out of the rain. The one who sometimes has panic attacks in the night. Billy thinks it's a change for the better. Plus, she's right. Anything he does to those three, they would connect to her. Assuming that is, she's the only woman they date raped last week. Which seems likely. Yes, Alice says, watching him from under her eyebrow. Still playing him for all she's worth. I guess you'd better leave them unpunished. Then she asks him what he's smiling about. Nothing. Just that I like you. My friend Taco would have said, you've got some gimme to you. I don't know what that means. Doesn't matter. But yeah, those guys need a payback for what they did. I need to think about this. Can I help you pack while you think? Billy, who does the packing, doesn't take long. There's no room for her new clothes in his suitcase. But he finds a plastic Barnes & Noble bag, the kind that with handles on the top shelf of the bedroom closet, and dumps her stuff into it. He carries the Altex out to the Fusion in a stack. While he does that, Alice goes through the Jensen's apartment with a dish towel and a spray bottle of Lysol and water. Wiping down surfaces, she plays Pays special attention to the TV remote, which they both used, and doesn't neglect the light switches when she goes downstairs. Billy helps her wipe down the basement apartment, paying particular attention to the bathroom fixtures. Fixtures, shower head, mirror, the toilet flush handle. Takes them about an hour. I think we're done, she says. What about the key to the Jensen's apartment? Oh, glory, she says. I've still got it. I'll wipe it down and, what, slip it under the door? I'll do it, he said. I'll do it. He does, but goes in first to get Don Jensen's Ruger. He sticks it in his belt beneath the pregnancy belly. The XL sweatshirt covers it. The revolver is a pricey item, $500 or $600. Billy doesn't have that much cash. He leaves $250s and a C note on the nightstand, along with a quick scribble that says, "Took your gun. We'll send the balance when I can." More like if he can. Meanwhile, what about Daphne and Walter? Will they die of thirst on their windowsill? Romeo and Juliet of the plant world? Stupid to even wonder, given everything else he has to worry about. It's because Bev gave them names, he thinks. He treats each to one final spray for good luck. Then he touches the back pocket where Shan's flamingo drawing is folded up and stowed away. Back downstairs, he takes Alice's phone out of his hip pocket and holds it out to her. He replaces the SIM card. He takes it with an accusing look. It wasn't lost. You had it all along. Because I didn't trust you. And now you do? Now I do. And at some point you need to call your mother. Otherwise she's going to get worried. I suppose she would, Alice says. Then with a trace of bitterness, after a month or so, okay, tell you what. I made a friend. We bonded over chicken noodle soup and the blacklist. Billy considers. It comes up empty. Alice, meanwhile, breaks into a smile. You know what? I'm going to tell her I quit school. She'll believe that. And I'm going to Cancun with some friends. She'll believe that too. Will she really? Yes. Billy thinks there's a whole mother-daughter relationship in that single word, complete with tears, recrimination, and slammed doors. Need to work on that a little, he says. Right now it's time to go. There are two Sherwood Heights exits off the interstate, both with clusters of fast food restaurants, gas smokes, quick stops, and motels. Billy tells Alice to look for a motel that isn't part of a chain. While she's busy checking out the signs, he slips the Ruger out of his belt and stows it under the seat. At the second exit, she points out the Penny Pines Motel and asks what he thinks. Billy says it looks good. Using one of his Dalton Smith credit cards, gets them a pair of adjoining rooms. Alice waits in the car. Making Billy think of that old song by Amazing Rhythm Aces, Third Rate Romance. They bring in their stuff and he takes the Mac Pro out of the carry bag, puts it on the room's single table, shaky and needing a shim under one leg. Rezips the bag and slings it over his shoulder. What do you need that for? Supplies. I need to do some shopping. And it's got a good look. Professional. What's your phone number? He gives it to him and he puts it into his contacts. You have an address for the condo where the guys live. It's a question he should have asked before, but they've been a little busy. I don't know the number, but it's Landview Estates on Route 10. It's the last stop the bus makes before it gets to the airport and turns around. Alice takes him by the sleeve and leads him to the window. He points. Pretty sure that's Landview Estates, those three on the left. They live in building C, third floor. That's right. I don't remember the apartment number, but it's the one at the end of the hall. You have to push a code to get in the front door. And I didn't see what he put in. Didn't seem important at the time. I'll get in, Billy hopes. He's right about that. His expertise is guns, not entering buildings with security, of course. Will you come back here before you go there? No, but I'll stay in touch. Are we staying in these rooms tonight? I don't know. It depends on how things go. He asks if he's sure he wants to do that. Billy says he is. And it's the truth. Maybe it's a bad idea. It might be, but Billy means to go through with it anyway. If he can, those men owe. Tell me no and I'll back off. Instead of doing that, Alice takes one of his hands, squeezes. Hers is cold. Be safe. He gets halfway down the hall and turns back. There's another question he forgot to ask. He nods and she opens the door. What does Trip look like? Takes out her phone and shows him a picture. I took this the night we went to the movies. The man who drugged her, drink, and raped her, and along with his two friends, tossed her out of the old van like a piece of trash, holding up a bag of popcorn, smiling, his eyes sparkling. His teeth are white and even. Billy thinks he looks like an actor in a toothpaste. Okay, what about the other two? The other was short and had freckles. Yet The other was much taller with olive complexion. I don't remember which one was Jackie and which one was Hank. Doesn't matter. Seven, the Airport Mall is just up the road from the motel. It's anchored by a Walmart, even bigger than the one in Midwood. Billy locks his car, mindful of the gun under the driver's door, under the driver's seat, and does his shopping. The mask is easy. Halloween is still weeks away, but the stores always put on their holiday shit well ahead of time. He also picks up a cheap pair of binoculars, package of heavy-duty zip ties, a pair of thin gloves, a magic wand hand mixer, and a can of Easy-Off oven cleaner. Outside, a couple of cops, real ones, not Wally World security guards, drinking coffee and discussing outboard motors. Billy gives them a nod. Afternoon, officers. They nod back and go on with their conversation. Billy walks far until he's well into the parking lot, then hurries to the Fusion. Transfers the gun to his purchases to his laptop case and drives the mile and a half to Landview Estates. Pretty upscale, perfect place for swinging singles, but not upscale enough for a security booth manned by a rent-a-cop at this time of day. The parking lot in front of Building C is fairly empty. Billy pulls into a spot facing the doors, takes off the fake stomach, and waits. After 20 minutes or so, a sporty Kia Stinger pulls in and two young women get out with shopping bags. Billy raises the binoculars. They go to the door and push some buttons on the keypad, but one of them is in the way, and Billy gets nothing. Next arrival, 20 minutes later, is a man, but not one Billy is looking for. This guy is in his 50s. He also stands between Billy and the pad, rendering the binoculars useless. This isn't going to work. He could try going in with a legitimate resident. You hold the door for a second? Thanks. But that probably just works in the movies. Also, this is a slack time of day. Only 2 people have entered in 40 minutes. And no one at all has come out. Billy shoulders his computer bag and walks around the back of the building. The first thing he sees is the small auxiliary parking lot. In the auxiliary parking lot is the van. Now you can read the bumper sticker. Deadheads suck. Unless the van's broken down, always a possibility, at least one of these fuckwits is home. There are 2 big garbage dumpsters on the left of what must be a service store. On the right is a lawn chair and a rusty little table with ashtray on it. The door is propped open a few inches with a brick, because this is the kind of door that locks as soon as you shut it. And whoever comes out here to smoke doesn't want to bother unlocking it each time he goes back in. Billy goes to the door and peeks through the gap. He sees a dim hallway. No one in it. There's music. Axl Rose wailing "Welcome to the Jungle" 30 feet or so along the open doors on the left and right. The music is coming from the one on the right. Billy enters and walks briskly down the hall. When you're in a place where you don't belong, you have to act like you do. The room on the left is a laundry with a few coin-op washers and dryers inside. The one on the right goes down to the basement. Someone is down there singing along with the music. And not just singing. Billy can't see, but he can see his shadow. And the shadow is dancing. Someone, probably the building super, has taken a pause in whatever chore he's doing, and whatever chore he came down to do, resetting a breaker, hunting out a can of touch-up paint. He fantasizes that he's on Dancing with the Stars. There's an oversized freight elevator at the end of the hall. Doors open, sides hung with furniture pads, and Billy doesn't even think about using it. The machinery will be in the basement, and if the elevator starts up, the shadow dancer will hear it. There's a door to the left of the elevator marked stairs. Billy climbs to the third floor landing. There he unzips his laptop case. He puts on the gloves and mask. He puts the zip ties in his pants pocket. He has the Ruger in his left hand and the can of oven cleaner in his right. He cracks the stairway door and peeks out into the little lobby. It's empty. So is the hallway beyond. There's one apartment door on the left, one on the right, and one at the end. That will be the one where the raping roommates live. Billy walks down the hall. There's a bell, but instead of using it, he knocks. Good and loud. Gives it a pause, then knocks even louder. Footsteps approach. Who is it? Police, Mr. Donovan. He's not here. I'm just one of his roommates. You don't get a prize for that. Open up. The man who opens the door is olive skinned and at least 6 inches taller than Billy. Alice Maxwell is 5'4" at most, and the thought of this big man hulking over her infuriates Billy. What? The guy's face goes slack as he beholds a man in a melamine Trump mask with a laptop bag slung over his shoulder. Get them panties down, Billy says, and sprays him in the eyes with Easy Off. Jack or Hank, whichever one it is, stumbles backward, pawing at his eyes. Foam drips off his cheeks and plops from his jaw. He stumbles over a hassock in the front of a wicker chair with a hood, what Billy thinks is called a bungalow chair, and goes sprawling. It swinging singles living room for sure, with a curving two-person couch. Billy knows that one. It's a love seat. Facing a big screen TV. There's a round table with a laptop on it and a bar in front of a wide window that looks toward the airport. Billy can see a plane taking off, and he's sure it's the fuckwit could see it. He'd wish he was on it. Billy slams the hall door shut. The guy is yelling that he's blind. No, but you will be if you don't get your eyes rinsed out pretty fast. So pay attention. Hold out your hands. I can't see. Hold out your hands, and I'll take care of you. Jacker Hank is rolling around on the wall-to-wall carpet. He's not holding out his hands, he's trying to sit up. And this guy is too big to fool with. Billy drops the laptop bag and kicks him in the stomach. He lets out a woof of air. Splatters of foam fly and land on the carpet. Did I stutter? Hold out your hands. He does it, eyes squeezed shut, cheeks and forehead bright red. Billy kneels, holds his wrists together and secures him with one of the zip ties. Before the man on the floor knows what's happening, who else is here? Billy's pretty sure that there's no one. If there was, this man's bellowing would have brought them in a hurry. Nobody. Oh, Christ, my eyes, they burn. Get up. Jacker Hank blunders to his feet. Billy grabs him by the shoulder and turns him toward the pass-through that gives on the kitchen. March. Jacker Hank doesn't march, but he stumbles forward, waving his arms in front of him for obstacle. He's breathing fast and hard, but not whooping for breath the way Alice was. There's no need to teach him the first verse of Teddy Bear's Picnic. Billy shoves him until the buckle of his pants hits the front of the sink. The faucet is sprayed, has a sprayer attachment. Billy turns on the water and points the spray at Jacker Hank's face. He also gets wet in the process, but that's all right. It's actually refreshing. It burns, it still burns. It'll go away, Billy says, and it will, but hopefully not too soon. He's betting Alice's works burned plenty. Maybe still do. What's your name? What do you want? He's now crying. Got to be in his mid to late 20s, tall, at least 22, at least 220. But he's crying like a baby. Billy jams the Ruger into the small of the guy's back. That's a gun, so don't make me ask you again. What's your name? Jack. He almost screams. Jack Martinez. Please don't shoot me. Please. Let's go into the living room, Jack. Billy pushes Jack ahead of him. Sits him in the wicker seat. Can you see it? A little. It's all fucking blurry. Who are you? Why? Sit down. You can have my wallet. There's not much, but Trip keeps a couple of hundred in his bedroom, in the top drawer of the desk. Just take it and go. Sit down. He takes Martinez by the shoulder, turns him, pushes him into the bungalow chair. It's suspended on a hook and no rope. Combo. From the ceiling and starts a mild rocking motion when the man's weight hits it. Martinez peers Billy through bloodshot eyes. Just sit there a minute and get yourself together. There are napkins on the bar next to the ice bucket. Cloth ones, not paper. Very nice. Billy takes one and goes to Martinez. Don't move. Martinez sits still and Billy wipes his face, getting rid of the last runnels of foam. Then he steps back. Where are the other two? Why? You don't ask, Jack. I do. Your job is to answer. Unless you want another shot of foam or a bullet in the knee, if you really irritate me. Understand? Yes, the crotch of Martinez's chinos has gone dark. Where are they? Trip went to RBCC to see his advisor. Hank's at work. He's a salesman at Joss Bank. What's Joss Bank? Joseph A. Bank. It's a men's... Okay, I know what it is. What's RBCC? Red Bluff Community College. Trip's a graduate student. Part-time. History. He's writing a paper on the Australian and Hungarian War. So he thinks of telling this idiot the Australia had nothing to do with the Hungarian Revolution of 1848. But why would he? He's here to teach a different lesson. Australian Hungarian. When will he be back? I don't know. I think he said his meeting was at 2. He might stop for coffee after. Sometimes he does that. Chat up a barista, maybe, Billy says. That is, if she's new in town and hoping to meet someone nice. Huh? Billy kicks him in the leg. It's not hard, but Martinez cries out. And the bungalow chair starts swiveling again. It's a swinging chair for 3 swinging roommates. What about Hank? When does he get back? He gets off at 4. Why do you... Billy raises the can of Easy off. It must still look blurry to Martinez, but he knows what it is and subsides. What about you, Jack? How do you earn your beer and bagels? I'm a day trader. Billy goes over to the laptop on the round table. Numbers are flowing across it. Most of them green. It's Saturday, but someone is trading somewhere because money never sleeps. Is that your van out back? No, Hank's. I've got a Miata. Is the van broken down? Yeah. Blew a head gasket. He's been taking my car to work this week. The store he works at is in the airport mall. Billy pulls the regular chair over to the hanging bungalow chair. He sits in front of Martinez. I can be done with you, Jack, if you behave. Can you behave? Yes. That means when your roomies come home, you keep perfectly quiet. No yelling out a warning. It's Trip I mostly want to deal with. But if you alert him or Hank, I will give you what I was going to give Trip. You understand me? Are we clear? Yes. Billy takes out his phone and calls Alice. She asks if he's all right. Billy says he is. I'm with a guy named Jack Martinez. He has something he wants to say to you. Billy holds the phone out to Jack. Tell her you're a worthless piece of shit. Jack doesn't protest, perhaps because he's cowed, perhaps because that's how he feels just now. Billy's hoping even day traders can learn. I'm a worthless piece of shit. Now you say you're sorry. I'm sorry, Martinez says into the phone. Billy takes the phone back. Alice sounds like she's crying. She tells him to be careful, and Billy says he will. He ends the call and turns his attention to the red-faced man in the bungalow chair. Do you know what you were apologizing for? Martinez nods, and Billy decides that's good enough. They sit there and time passes. Martinez says his eyes still burn. So Billy wets another bar napkin in the bar sink and wipes his face, paying particular attention to his eyes. Martinez thanks him. Billy thinks the man may regain his MAGA swagger eventually, but that's okay, because he also thinks Martinez will never rape another woman. He has been rehabilitated. Around 3:30, someone comes to the door. Billy stands behind it after first looking at Martinez with a finger to the lips of the melamine mask. Martinez nods. It's got to be Trip Donovan, because it's too early for Hank. The key rattles in the lock. Donovan is whistling. Billy holds the Ruger by the barrel and raises it to the side of his face. Donovan comes in, still whistling. He's looking very young, man about town, in his designer jeans and short leather coat. The picture finished off to perfection by the monogrammed briefcase in his hand and the scally cap perched jauntily on his dark hair. He sees Martinez in the bungalow chair and hands bound together, and stops, whistling. Billy steps forward and clubs him with the butt of the gun. Not too hard. Donovan stumbles forward but doesn't go down. like the guys on TV do when they get pistol whipped. He turns around, eyes wide, hand to the back of his head. Now Billy is pointing the business end of the gun at him. Donovan looks at his hand. There's a smear of blood on it. You hit me. Better than what I got, Martinez says in a grumbly tone. It's almost funny. Why are you wearing that mask? Put your hands together, wrist to wrist. Why? Because I'll shoot you if you don't. Donovan puts his hands together, wrist to wrist, with no further argument. Billy tucks the Ruger in his belt. At the front, Donovan rushes him, which Billy expected. He steps aside and aids Donovan's forward motion with a hearty push into the closed door. Donovan cries out. Billy grabs him by the collar of his trendy leather coat, perhaps purchased at Joseph A. Bank, and pulls him backwards, tripping Trip over one of the outstretched legs. He falls on his back. His nose is bleeding. Billy kneels beside him, first putting Don Jensen's gun in his belt at the back so Donovan can't make a grab for it. Then holding out one of his ties, put your hands together, wrist to wrist. No! Your nose is bleeding, but not broken. Put your hands together or I'll fix that. Donovan puts his hands together. Billy binds his wrists, then calls Alice to tell her 2 down, 1 to go. He doesn't put Donovan on the phone because Donovan doesn't seem like he's ready to apologize, at least not yet. Trip Donovan, sitting on the love seat, keeps trying to engage Billy in conversation. He says he knows why Billy is here, but whatever that girl Alice told him is total self-protection bullshit. She was horny, she wanted it, she got it. Everyone parted friends. End of story. Billy nods agreeably. He took her home. That's right, we took her home. In Hank's van. Donovan's eyes shift at that. He's got that magic mixture of charm and bullshit. It's worked for him his whole life. And he even expects it to work on the home invader in the Melanie Trump mask. But he doesn't like that question. It's a knowing question. No, the love machine's broken down. In the back parking lot, Billy says. Nothing. Martinez says nothing. Donovan doesn't see his roomie's fucked up look. Donovan is concentrating on Billy. That's a pro? Nodding at the computer bag on the floor. Sweet cruncher, man. Billy says nothing. He's sweating inside the plastic shell of the mask, and he can't wait to get it off. He can't wait to finish his business, get out of this swinging bachelor pad. 5:15, another key rattles in the lock. And in comes the third little pig. A small and dapper porker in a black three-piece suit, set off by a tie as red as the blood of Alice Maxwell's thighs. On Alice Maxwell's thighs. Hank makes no trouble. He sees the blood on Donovan's face and Martinez's swollen eyes. And when Billy tells him to hold out his hands, he does so with only a token protest, and allows Billy to zip tie his wrists. Billy leads him to the round table. Here we are. All in our places with bright, shiny faces. There's money in my desk, Donovan says, in my room. Also some dope, world-class coke, man. An 8-ball. I've got some cash too, Hank says. Only $50. He gives a what can you do shrug. Billy can almost like this one. Stupid considering what he did, but true. The flesh under his eyes and around his mouth is white with tremors, but he is behaving and putting up a good front. Oh, you know this isn't about money. I told you, Donovan begins. He knows the whole thing, Trip. Billy turns to Hank. What's your last name? Flanagan. And the van out back, the love machine, that's yours, right? Yes, but it's broke down, the head gasket. Blue, I know. But it was running last week, yeah? You guys took Alice home in it after you were done with her. Don't say anything, Donovan barks. Hank ignores him. What are you, her boyfriend? Her brother? Oh, boy. Billy says nothing. Hank lets out a sigh. It sounds wet. We didn't take her home. What did you do with her? Donovan, don't say anything. This seems to be his scripture. Bad advice, Hank. Just say it and spare yourself a lot of grief. We dropped her off. Dropped her off? Is that what you call it? Okay, we dumped her. But man, she was talking okay. And we knew she had her phone and money for an Uber. She was talking and making perfect sense. Holding a conversation. Tell me if you fucking dare. Hank doesn't tell him that. He starts to cry, which tells Billy something else. Billy calls Alice. He doesn't make Hank tell her he is a worthless piece of shit. because the man's tears make it clear he already knows that. He only asks Hank to say he's sorry, which he does, and sounds like he means it, for whatever that's worth. Willie turns to Donovan. That leaves you. 11. The swinging roommates are cowed. No one's going to run for the door because they know the intruder in the mask would clothesline them if they tried. Billy goes to his computer bag and takes out the magic wand hand mixer. It's a slim stainless cylinder about 8 inches long. Its electric cord has been bound into a neat bow by 2 wrist ties. Here's what I've been thinking about. That men don't know what it's like to be raped unless they've been raped themselves. You, Mr. Donovan, are about to have a reasonable facsimile of that experience. Donovan tries to lunge up from the low seat, and Billy pushes him back. When he lands, the cushion makes a farting sound. Martinez and Flanagan don't move, only stare at the mixer with big eyes. What I need you to do is stand up, push down your pants and undershorts, and lie on your stomach. No. Donovan has gone white. His eyes are even bigger than those of his roommates. Billy Hart expected instant compliance. He takes the Ruger from his belt. He remembers Pablo Lopez, one of the squad's funhouse casualties. Bigfoot Lopez had that Dirty Harry speech down pat. The one that ends with Harry saying, "You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you? Punk." Billy can't remember it all, but he has the gist. This is my gun. I borrowed it. I know it's loaded, but I don't know what the loads are. I didn't check them. You don't drop trowel and lie on your stomach, I'm going to shoot you in the ankle, point blank. So you've got to ask yourself one question. Ball or hollow point? With their hard point, you'll probably walk again, but only after a lot of pain and therapy, and you'll limp for the rest of your life. If they're soft nose, most of your foot is going to say adieu. So here's the deal. Roll the dice on the bullet or get cornholed, your choice. Donovan begins to blubber. His tears don't make Billy feel pity. They make him want to hit the man in the mouth with the butt of the gun, with the butt of the Ruger, and see how many of those toothpaste-ad teeth he can knock out. Let me put it to you another way. Either you can endure short-lived pain and humiliation, or you can drag your left foot around the rest of your life. Assuming the doctors don't amputate. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5, 4. On 3, Trip Donovan stands up and drops trowel. His cock is shriveled to a noodle, and his balls are barely visible at all. "Mister, do you have to?" Martinez begins. "Shut up." Hank says. He deserves it. Probably we all do. Billy says, just so you know, I didn't put it in. Just on her belly. Did you come? Billy knows the answer to that. Hank lowers his head. Donovan is lying down on the carpet. His ass is white. Buttocks clenched. Billy takes a knee beside the prone man's hip. You want to stay still, Mr. Donovan. Still as you can. Anyway. You can be grateful I'm not going to plug this thing in. I considered it, believe me. I'll fuck you up, Donovan sobs. No one is getting fucked up today but you. Billy sets the base of the hand mixer on Donovan's right ass cheek. Donovan jerks and gasps. I thought about picking up some goo while I was shopping, you know. Body lotion, massage oil, even Vaseline. But I decided against it. Alice didn't get any lube, did she? Unless maybe you spit on your hand before you went in. Please don't, Donovan sobs. Did Alice say that? Probably not. She was probably too roofied out to say much of anything. One thing she did say was, don't choke me. She probably would have said more if she could. Here we go, Mr. Donovan. Hold still. I won't tell you to relax and enjoy. Watch it. 12. Billy doesn't draw it out as he thought he might. He doesn't have the heart for it, or the stomach. When he's finished, he takes pictures of Trip and the other two with his phone. Then he pulls the mixer out of Trip, wipes his prints and tosses it away. The cylinder rolls under the round table with Martinez's laptop on it. Each of you stay right where you are. This is almost over. Just don't fuck it up in the home stretch. Billy goes into the kitchen, grabs a paring knife. When he comes back, none of them have moved. Billy tells Hank Flanagan to hold out his hands. Hank does. Billy cuts the zip tie, holding him. Mister, Hank says, sounding timid, you lost your wig. He's right. Blonde wig is lying against the baseboard like a small dead animal. A rabbit, maybe. It must have come off when Donovan rushed him, and Billy threw him against the door. Did he remember to glue it on before leaving the basement apartment? Billy can't remember. He guesses he didn't. He doesn't try putting it on because he has the mask to contend with. He holds it in the hand, not holding the Ruger. I have pictures of all of you. But because Mr. Donovan is the only one with a hand mixer sticking out of his ass, he's the star of the show. I don't think you're going to call the police because then you'd have to explain why I broke in, but left without taking any money or valuable. But if you should decide to womp up some kind of story that doesn't involve going gang rape, this picture is going on the internet with an explanation. Any questions? There are no questions. Time for Billy to go. He can stow the mask and don the wig on the way to the third floor lobby. But he wants to say something else before he goes. He feels he has to. First thing that comes to mind is a question. Don't any of you have sisters? And surely they have mothers. Even Billy had one of those. Although she was very good at the job, but such a question would be rhetorical. Preaching, not teaching. Billy says you should be ashamed of yourself. He leaves, taking off the mask as he hurries down the hall and putting it in the unzipped computer bag. He's thinking that he's not much better than those guys, really. Hot calling a kettle black, but thinking that way is good. What he tells himself as he puts on the wig and trots down the stairs is that he's stuck with himself and must make the best of it. It's cold comfort. The cold is better than none. Right, everybody, this is where we're going to call it a night. We will take this up again tomorrow. Pretty good so far, I think. And good read. Anyway, we'll be back at this. We might do some Alia tomorrow before we jump back in the pool and start doing. Or maybe we'll do some reading and then jump in the pool. I don't know. Not quite sure. Haven't quite figured that part out yet. Hey, Glug. Just in time for the end of stream. You missed the read. Unless you've been sitting there lurking for a while. But, yeah. We're going to call it a night right here. Thanks for everybody hanging out and chilling. Listening to some old fart read stories all night. So tomorrow, I will say well later. I'm not going to raid out to anybody because nobody's on the raid right now. I will see you all tomorrow. Back here at the pool, probably. Everybody, have a good night. Remember, at the end of the day, just have fun with it.